residency there, her working career spans 21 years as a civil servant in the Child Welfare Administration, the Administration for Human Resource Services, and the Fair Hearing Administration, first as a caseworker, then court supervisor in family court, and finally field manager over 8 fair hearing divisions, advocating for underprivileged families and children in danger of neglect and abuse. She also worked 7 years as an administrative assistant at a major commercial bank in the Wall Street district in New York City. Having her sights on Guyana, she loves, Mariam remigrated there following an early retirement. She has since gotten into good trouble, signing on to work with the International Decade for People of African Descent Assembly of Guyana, representing her organization, the Hebrew Family of Guyana, and serving as a coordinating council member of Idapada-G. She also holds a seat on the board of the Idapada-G, or the IDPAD Credit Union of Guyana. Mariam holds a Bachelor of Arts and degree in behavioral psychology with a minor in English, a master's in organizational management, and a certificate in small business development and management. She has traveled to Canada, Africa, Israel, the US Virgin Islands, and throughout parts of the Caribbean. She is our PTSD facilitator. Let's welcome Mariam.
Oh, wow. I thank her for that. I'm very grateful and thankful to the Creator for allowing me to be here before you today. This is such an undertaking, and I'm talking to you all. I could probably do it better if I turned my back and just talk like this, because then I wouldn't have to be nervous. But this is such a great undertaking, and I'm so happy that you all have taken your time to come out, and I hope that others will follow. There's a song that I wanted to be heard right this very moment. And the reason why is because there's a message in the song. Now, the song may be talking about two people in love, perhaps, but just think about how things would be if we could be in love with each other, so that we could unite and do what we need to do to save ourselves and our future. Let's see if we can get it on. We don't want to take up too much time. Okay. Well, while I'm pulling my thoughts together, I'd like to, there it comes. I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. I didn't even sing that song. Forget me not. But you look around the room. Underneath the picture, you will see a flower. That is a forget me not. They come in different colors depending on where you are. Different hues. But this is the thing. We need forget me not, because it seems that we as a people, we've forgotten who we are. We've forgotten what this is all about. Why are our people, no matter where you find them, in the same condition? You can recognize us by the condition we're in. And it's something that we need to address. It's called the elephant in the room, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Around 2005, Dr. Joy DeGruy, she coined the phrase and delivered the title to this startling psychiatric and sociologic research that gave the life to the theory of post-traumatic slave syndrome and the disorders that prevail. It is telling to the historical traumas that are born out of slavery and its embattlement with the people of African descent all over the world, all throughout the diaspora, and the trauma that continues. We as a people have become to know abnormal things, and we've made them normal because we weren't able to fight them. We didn't know what we were supposed to do with it. So now today what we're saying is that we're in this room. We should really look for some solutions to what our problems are. Why other nations can do, and they do come together, and we seem to be very fragmented. There's a reason, because we are a fragmented people. We hope that this topic will prove to be meaningful and helpful to all of you throughout your journey in life. Post-traumatic slave syndrome is a theory that explains the etiology of many of the adaptive survival behaviors in African communities all over the world. Throughout the United States, here in Guyana, the people of African descent throughout the diaspora. It is a condition that exists as a consequence of multi-generational, not one thing, not one trauma, multi-generation oppression of Africans and their descendants, resulting from centuries, not 2 days, not 1 day, not a month, not a week, centuries of chattel slavery. It's a form of slavery which was predicated on the belief that African people don't have feelings. We are inherently somehow inferior to any other nations, especially to those who oppressed us. And we can't forget that. That's why we need the forget-me-nots, so that we do not forget, because we have the most serious case I've ever heard of amnesia as a people. And we're going to talk about why that is. There's a reason. We have been in multi-generational trauma together, but we continued to struggle and survive. As a matter of fact, we're very resilient. And there's a reason why that is too. There's a spirit that has been put upon us that we need to recognize. And if we recognize that within yourself, and we can recognize that within each other, then we can do much better than what we have done moving forward. I want to just tell you about Dr. DeGroot. I met her and her daughter at a Be the Healing conference back in Princeton University in June of 2018. And I was so impressed that I came back and I told my family here at the Hebrew Culture Center, and I told Idapada-G, we need to address these issues because this is real. There were people in that conference, doctors, lawyers, I mean, from all walks of life, our people who made it, and before that conference was over, there was not a dry eye in the house. Because you know what? When you have to face your demons, you have to face yourself, there's no way that you can do that without the tears flowing. Today, we are here with a team. These you wouldn't even know when I tell you, because they're so unpretentious. They have skills beyond what you can imagine. They've taken the time in their lives to study, to reason for why we are here and what we need to do, how we need to heal. So I took up the challenge from Dr. DeGroot, and I brought it here to Guyana. Idapada-G has taken up the challenge from there. Our teacher, and you'll hear from him today, he's already on the challenge. He was on the challenge before I even went. So I want to, let's bring this all together and see if we can figure out this PTSS and the D thing. The PTSD has been labeled on my team as the elephant in the room. And in what room, you might ask? Well, because the trauma is so widespread and envelops so many of our people in African descent, the effects, injury may show up anywhere. In the bedroom, in the classroom, in the washroom, in the bathroom, in the showroom, in the boardroom, in the back room, in the upper room, in the dark room, in the operating room, in the waiting room, in the lunchroom, in the hall room, in the mail room, in the dining room, in the laundry room, And now, because we've become so sophisticated, they show up in the chat room. Isn't that something? So, we want to give ourselves an opportunity. First of all, give yourselves a round of applause for coming out and being here. Hallelujah. Yes. So, where are we going to start? Today, we're going to start at the beginning. We're going to bring forth a brother who is going to give you some information. I don't know if you have your pens ready. If you might want to take some stuff down because it is important. His name is Kohan Mikel, and I'm going to read his bio right quick. And this doesn't do justice. Michael Levy, born James Young, is the spiritual leader of the Hebrew family of Guyana. He serves as a teaching priest, thus earning the title Kohan here and abroad. He grew up in the U.S., raised by loving parents, and Mikel attended public school through 12th grade and went on in higher learning, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree in history. He also obtained a master's degree in special education. He migrated to Guyana in 1977, along with family and other families seeking a better opportunity at agriculture and maintaining a spiritual life. Hashaba Yisrael, which has currently grown into what we now know as the Hebrew family of Guyana, was originally invited by the then Honorable President Forbes Lyndon Burnham to bring positivity to a freely emancipated Guyana, to which the organization's members have continued in the service to humanity, their integral mission. Kohan Mikel is the author of 4 books, and when you get a chance, we're going to go over and look at some of those books along with others. Israelites and the Jews, A Significant Difference. Final Resolution, The Separation of Truth and Lies in the Bible. The Beginner's Hebrew Handbook. And last but not least, Our Creator and His Guidelines to Divine Relationships. Some people may think that relationships have only to do with a man and woman, but we have relationships with each other all the time. What about mother and daughter, sister and brother? So those are being addressed in that book. He is a renowned Hebrew language scholar, and that is really to his advantage, everyone. He can teach on all levels, and he does that. Kohan Mikel has traveled throughout the United States, the Caribbean, Israel, Egypt, Turkey, Ghana, South Africa, and England. He is a doting husband and father, flanked by his accomplished sons, which you'll hear some from today, and daughters, which you'll hear some, and grandchildren. He is a mentor, teacher, motivational speaker, counselor, author, and community organizer who keeps on giving, adding value into the future. Kohan Mikel, would you come forward, Bavakasha?
I want to welcome our brother Vincent Alexander, and our sister, who is, of course, the head of Ecology. And again, I want to welcome each and every one of you to the Hebrew Family Culture Center. This building has been established to restore our culture, the language, our spiritual understanding. It's multi-services. We have weddings here. We used to have to go to the Pegasus and other hotels. And so as working as a teacher in the United States, from the time I met Forbes Burnham and the families here and the ministers, Fred Wills and all of those great men that were here, someone to hold the chart too. And so he's allowed us to come here and share the knowledge of our identity. He met with my teacher, Kohan Levy ben Yisrael, and he said that the African Guyanese is the only people in Guyana that do not know their identity, where they came from, who they are, what their language is, and what their culture is. And we, for decades and decades, were studying and researching this information of who we are. I want you to understand that we're not just talking about our identity, but we're responsible for the condition on the planet today. It's just greater than our going into captivity. When the children of Israel went into captivity, all of Africa fell. We'll get to point out exactly who they are as we go on. This chart represents an understanding of where it all started with the Creator, Adam and Eve. Everyone reads the Bible, but they don't accept the Bible as a history book. And when I say that, one of my books is called The Separation of Truth and Lies in the Bible, because there's a part of the Bible that's our history, it's Hebrew, and then there's a Greek part of the Bible called the New Testament. That's where our confusion comes in. We think it's one continuous story when it's the opposite. Two separate ideas and culture. This shows us that we started here, because many of us think that by coming to the West, they saved us and they gave us progress. But we started here as men of God, people of God, worshiping the Creator, knowing that he was not a man or creature or gold or silver. So we knew that he was the one who put that breath into us and made us a living being. And so that understanding was with our people, because we were chosen. As you heard about Moses on Mount Sinai, he was given those things to teach us. We're the only people that have a constitution that came from the maker of heaven and earth. It's called the Torah, the laws, the statutes, and commandments, things and values that every one of you and your parents embrace. Be honest. Don't lie to one another. Be people of righteousness. And we turn from being a righteous people to, you and I know, if we confess and tell exactly what it is, we are now an evil people. We're not a righteous people. Even ourselves being the judges who say, no, there's much room for improvement in our behavior and relationships with one another. So from going from Adam, who lived 930 years, Methuselah lived even longer, 969 years. This when we were in the presence of the Creator. Lamech, 777 years. 600 years for Noah. Then those descendants, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, because we must realize that there were three persons that spread all humanity all over the world. It's any encyclopedia will tell you that every nation on the earth comes from Noah's three sons called Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You don't have to believe me. We don't deal with belief in here. We deal with research and facts, because facts give you the truth. That's how you go to court. The judge doesn't want your opinion. He wants to know what are the facts to determine what will be the justice and the righteousness in any particular case of judgment. We know that we've come down here to the present day, and this is where man is now, and he's on that computer. So we went for a degeneration by going from the Creator, and now we think that we made it in the present day man, because this is the lowest level of man's development, not the highest. In their evolution paradigm, the evolution of man, the theory is that we came from a monkey, and then progressive we became upright. And look, it's the European man here. He comes up, and here we are in the computer age now. The question is, have we made progress? Have we elevated, or have we descended and gone down? You figure out the answer is. Toda Arubah, brothers, for the chart. And now I want to just touch on some other things that are aligned with what I'm saying. I know I have a very astute audience, intelligent people here. The theme that we have for this particular program, and we cannot thank the leadership and the members of Idapada-G for supporting this effort to try and educate our people. We're a stubborn people when it comes to listening to one another. That's one of our problems as a people. We trust others more than we trust our own scholarship. Today, we're saying that we're retracing our steps and redeeming our minds. Emancipation in 1838 and the apprenticeship period to 1842 did not free us in terms of our minds. We may have been allowed to leave the plantations in that colonial period, but we all know that it did not redeem our minds. Our teachings are for that very purpose, is to redeem and restore our past knowledge of who we are. That's the only way we can ever be complete, when we find out who we were, who are our ancestors in Africa. Not that we just came from Africa, but where in Africa did we actually come from? Some of us say we came from Ghana, others from Nigeria. But if you ask this question, how long has Nigeria been a country, you'll find out that we weren't there very
Recording
long.
in progress.
Slave ships took us and brought us to the West, but we started in Northeast Africa. All of the history books that are accurate point us to this information. The most important being the Old Testament of the Bible. It's a history book. It speaks about the Babylonians. If you go through the timeline, all of us know 1492 is what the slaves were taught. Everything started in 1492. Columbus and all those discoverers coming and finding the West Indies and Guyana under the British, and French Guyana and Suriname under the Dutch. Those were the colonial oppressors. They were the ones who found these places to bring us here because they needed laborers to work those fields, because the European did not have the yield from the land. They didn't have the relationship with the land that we've always had with the land. The Indians, the creator. That's what we made. Our ancestors made an agreement that we would live righteously by his laws, statutes, and commandments, and that he would be our power. We would never have miscarriages. We would never have births that would not be timely. We would not have any enemy to come and overthrow us, because the creator, like he overthrew Pharaoh, black nations he overthrew, the Philistines, all of them were overthrown. They hated us because we had a one God concept. They had multi-gods, and we worship the creator of heaven and earth because he chose Abraham, Isaac. If you don't believe Abraham is important, the Jewish people, Europeans from Russia, from Czechoslovakia and Hungary, have claimed an African land, and they've never had a Hebrew culture in Europe at any time in history. How did they get into Africa as Europeans and claiming a land in Northeast Africa called the land of Israel, the Holy Land, the Promised Land? It's the #1 story on the pages of every newspapers throughout the world today. Every channel, every day. That's why, because this issue is not going away. It's just going to point more and more. It's going to come closer to you and I to tell you that this is your heritage. You are the chosen people of God. You were chosen to be a righteous nation, and we defied those covenants that we made, the agreement to love one another, to treat your brother as you want him to treat you, to not steal from one another, to be honest in your judgments, to raise your children in the fear of the Creator and not to serve other deities. And if you know one thing about the black people, and Burnham understood it, everybody in this country serving their gods, you're serving the God of your slave master. That's the one who we're serving when we join those churches, whether it's in the Catholic Church in the Spanish territories, whether it's in the Anglican Church in the British territories. Wherever it is, you're not doing what your ancestors were doing. You're living the life of a slave that was oppressed and given all these different ways that were not your ways to live as a people. We know it's undeniable. We suffer more than anyone. That's how come I knew you when I came to Guyana. I fell in love with you right away because I knew that you were me. I knew that you and I was having the same experiences in different continents. I was being oppressed in my forefathers on the cotton fields of North America. You were in the cane fields here in Guyana. And all over the world, wherever we went, the punishment of that curse, because it was choosing the blessing or the curse, and we did not choose the blessing because we did not keep our part of an agreement with the maker of heaven and earth. You can put the story on anyone you want. You can make it like the Jews are the people. They know that you're the people. That's one of the greatest secrets on this earth, that they know who you are, but there's never been an educational system to tell you and freely allow you to enlighten yourself. It says here in just a small brief, I think sometimes it's better written than to say it in speech. That's why I write, because I can't travel everywhere, but my books are on every continent, trying to awaken our people. And I can say today, we're coming together all over the world. There's a secret network of Israelites all across Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa. That's why I travel there. All here in the Caribbean, Trinidad, have Israelites, people that have left the church and realized that that white God, why would a black people choose a white God? Only you have to have lost your mind. Every Chinese, and I look at the Hindus, all their gods look like them. We just have lost it because the Creator took our brains. It's in Isaiah, the 9th chapter. It says this: stupefy yourselves and be stupid. Blind yourselves and be blind. Ye that are drunken, but not with wine, because the Creator has put a deep sleep upon you. Our people don't realize this was done by the Creator. The white man is just the instrument to punish us because we disobeyed the maker of heaven and earth. Introduction to the oldest African history book, which also contains the answers to the identity questions which Black Africans everywhere are seeking. All of us want to know, who are we? What's our language? What is our culture and heritage? Where did we come from in Africa? Our program addresses areas of post-traumatic slave syndrome disorder directly related to our loss of language, culture, and history. There is nothing more severe to affect one's mental state than to destroy the consciousness of one's culture, history, and language. One will never be whole or healed without redemption and restoration. Slavery was an international system, racist institution, which stripped African people of their descendants of every vestige of their history, language, culture, and national sovereignty. We may be a people numerous in all the countries of Nigeria, all through the Caribbean, but we're not free. We don't have a sovereignty. We don't have our own land as we did before we came into slavery. While emancipation did bring about an opportunity to become free from the plantation, it did not restore these dignities tied to an ancestral empowerment via knowledge of their own history. That essential piece was deliberately kept from us. The so-called slaves that were on the plantations existed under an oppressive and suppressive system, hostile to any self-enlightenment. Following generations of denial of any connection to their forefathers and foremothers, languages, values, principles, or culture, they were forced to learn the ways of the oppressors, good, bad, or indifferent. The long and hard, continuous oppression and many instances of inhumane, traumatic experiences renders the theory of PTSS very valid and prevalent in these days and times. You know how we are, all over the world. I came to Guyana, found out that we're the same way we are in the United States. Went to South Africa, we have domestic problems, broken homes, everywhere I go. Same story. The first one fired and the last one hired. Everywhere we're oppressed. It's a reason why. And we always say, God is good. Well, if he's so good, why we're doing so bad? Because that's what we have to figure out. Do we have the right God? That's all the questions that we as a family, that's why I wanted to be a part of Apology. So we could talk about these things and bring the scholarship to the table that would help us understand it all. And I want to let you know that we don't have all the answers, because the answers are among us all. In all of the places where we've been scattered, we have different parts of our history and knowledge. It requires shared knowledge is shared. We want to share it, but sometimes our people don't even want it. When I came to Guyana, they heard the drums and they said, Obia. We don't have nothing to do with no Obia. We're about the creator of heaven and earth. We're about righteousness and trying to teach us how to live right and get along with one another, because that's our problem. We're overcome because we don't stick together. It's just like your hand. You can take any one of these fingers and pull it, but try to pull a fist when all these hands are together. If we got together, they say in unity, there's strength. But the other nations have a reason. The East Indies unified through the fact that every Indian in this country knows that the next Indian is their brother. When it comes to us, he's a Christian, I'm a Muslim, he's a Jehovah's Witness, he's a Rasta. We all over the place. Everybody knows it, and we know it, but we won't have this honest conversation or take knowledge from people that have done 50 years of my life I spent doing this research to find. I wanted to know, and as a teenager, who are we? I'm living in America. I go to the white neighborhoods. They got swimming pools, football fields, basketball courts. There's sometimes 3 courts and then one. We're trying to find a garbage can to shoot the ball in. That's the way it is. It's a double standard in America. It's a double standard here in Guyana. We're always facing the same. There's a double standard in apartheid in South Africa. And then we got our own brothers in Nigeria and Ghana. Now, instead of having a white oppressor, we got a black oppressor under the European concept of constitution and how he lives. We're messed up. If we're messed up, give us a round of applause for being messed up. If we're not blessed up, just means that you don't understand. Applaud if you think we're messed up, if you agree with what I'm saying. Yeah, you know it's true. One of our problems is we don't want to acknowledge the truth. That's why we're lost, because when the truth comes, we reject it. Therefore, just listen. Devolution is degeneration. What has happened to us from slavery? We haven't gotten better off in life. We're worse off than we ever were when we were free in Africa. Having shared barter system of trading and living together in harmony. Most of all, knowing how to respect your neighbor. Who is your brother? Because your neighbor is your brother. And the king is, in our culture, the law of God said you have to treat the stranger just like the homeboy. We treat everybody. We have an innate spirit to be nice to everybody. But that's not what we get, because we're marked as nothings. Black people, you're nothing. You're the scum of the earth. That's why we have to come and be dignified. See, when you're righteous, people respect you. When you're intelligent, people respect you and respect intelligence. When I get on a plane and I'm with a brother or sister in this building, one of my Hebrew brothers, and I start talking in Hebrew, what would you like to eat? Tisapir otani rose, ulai tanagola, wegam orez, where mashe hulishtot gazol. I want to have some chicken if they have a dinner, because they usually offer you chicken and fish. So the attendant wants to know, he can't speak English. I speak English. You hear me speaking it. It's my time now to have fun with them. Because again, now I have a brother that we could speak, because they don't expect. When I tell you, I could prove it right here. Yeladim kumu vavakasha, Yeladim kumu. Look behind you. Look behind you. Look behind you. What I told him to stand up in Hebrew. I could tell them anything. I could tell them go downstairs and they'll understand, because we teach us our language. We speak Hebrew in here. We speak English, we speak Spanish, we learn French, because if you're intelligent people, you want to learn everybody's language. That's why we're ashamed of nobody's culture. You're never ashamed with other people's culture when you have your own. When you have your own language, you appreciate other people's language. You're not feeling like you're an outcast. That's our problem. We've been brought down low, and everybody knows it, and we need to face it. We have what they call, even what they've called is a degeneration of intellectual and moral values have declined. Our condition is declined. We're living low everywhere. I was born in the hood, Spanish Harlem, 116th Street in New York City. The hood, like All Boys Town. I'm comfortable in All Boys Town. I grew up in that situation. Tiger Bay. I go through there walking because I know the brothers, I know they ain't gonna trouble me, and they know that I'm one of them because it's how you carry yourself. They know it. It's a spiritual thing. Retrograde evolution. That's to go back, reverse. We haven't gone up, we've gone down. We got to fix this decline to a worse condition. That's what has happened to us. I want to end out, and I don't do this often at all. I think the last time I might have done this was maybe 40 years ago. I wrote a song 40 years ago. I'm going to do it today for you a little bit. I hope you'll excuse me if I mess up. And also, I want you to know that I don't even know my own song. I got to read it from the paper because I only did it 40 years ago. I'm working on it now to get it copyrighted. So I'm really editing it, and it has a message in it. First, I'm going to just sort of talk it. Then I'm going to put a little tune. If the drummers want to get in, or even our brother Como and the steel band, you can join in after I say. Just listen to the words. A lot of people rapping and talking aren't telling you nothing. But here's a rap that's going to teach you something. Jacob and Esau were brothers, just two. You can read it in the Bible. What I say is true. Jacob is called a Negro, while Esau is playing a Jew. These are facts verifiable all through and through. Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. The Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you're going to know it too. Stripped of your knowledge, all covered with shame. We've been an unrighteous people, have ourselves to blame. Lost and scattered from the promised land, searching for our heritage without a plan. But Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. The Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said, Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. The Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. Many of the nations, they know the deal. They have made an agreement, says nobody squeal. Brainwashed and duped in a false religion, taught a bunch of lies. Now your mind's in prison. But Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. The Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you'll know it too. I said, Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Christian, and you're not a Jew. Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Muslim, and you're not a Jew. A lot of people rapping aren't telling you nothing, but here's a rap that's gonna teach you something. Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. Oh, the Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. Jacob and Esau were brothers just two. You can read it in the Bible. What I say is true. Jacob's called a Negro, while Esau is plain Jew. These are facts verifiable all through and through. Stripped of your knowledge, all covered with shame. We've been an unrighteous people, have ourselves to blame. Lost and scattered from the promised land, searching for our heritage without a plan. But Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. Oh, the Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. Many of the nations, they know the deal. They've made an agreement, says nobody squeal. Brainwashed and duped in a false religion, taught a bunch of lies. Now your mind's in prison, but Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. Oh, the Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Christian, and you're not a Jew. Oh, the Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Muslim, and you're not a Jew. Oh, the philosopher man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Ashanti man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Dahomey man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Fulani man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Fulani man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said the Zulu man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Abiyadea man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said the Limba man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. I said Jacob is your name, and Israel too. You're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew. Oh, the Rasta man knows it, and the Igbo do. And when I'm finished rapping, you will know it too. The Dahomey man, he knows it. He's in Africa. The Ashanti of Ghana know that they're Israelites. We in the Caribbean and the West Indies, North America have to know it. The Falasha man knows it. He was 2,000 years living Torah before there was ever a Jewish community in the world. You'd have to know about the Falasha to know what I'm saying. Don't believe me? Go on the internet and look it up. Look up the Fulani and find out that they know. The Dahomey, find out they all know that they're Israelites because the colonial powers oppressed us in Africa and in the West. We were the ones brought to the West, but they are still oppressed in Africa. They know their roots, unlike us. They may be under Nigeria, but they know that they were Igbos, because the Igbos of Nigeria, just look it up. The Zulu of South Africa, I visited them. We had a beautiful time with them, and you know how they sing, and we sing in Hebrew songs with them. It was the most important days and beautiful days of my life. The Abiyadeba Uganda, we know them too. We all a network. All these African peoples are saying we're not Nigerians. We're not South Africans. That's where we reside at, but we're the Hebrew Israelites, the 12 tribes of Israel. The Rasta man said, we are the 12 tribes of Israel. They're called 12 tribes. The day when they stop saying they're Rasta and we all say that we're Israel or Jacob, the world's going to say the Negro is no longer asleep. He's awakened. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
All right, make me sing now. Woo! No, I'm not going to do that. I want you all to stay. So I'm not going to. Thank you, Idapada. Thank you very much, Kohan Mikel. Wow, I haven't heard that song in years. Very good. All right, we're going to move right along because we know that you all want to take a little break soon. But before we do, we have another gentleman who's going to come before you, and I want you to put your hands together and welcome him. This is our brother Ak ETL. Let me tell you a little bit about him. His name is Kirk Embrack. In his profession, he is a registered nurse, and he's a businessman. He has an RN diploma, first responder degree in mental health nursing. So I want you to just put your hands together, and he's going to tell you a little bit more as he goes on, because he's doing some psychology stuff too, working with me, but and in the University of Guyana. So this is our brother, ETL. Come forward, please.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for coming out today to listen to the presentations that we have prepared for you. First of all, I want to say all blessings, all praise, all glory to the Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and the one who created everything, from the creatures in the sky to the land below, and even the creatures under the sea and oceans. So today I'll be presenting the topic high blood pressure and post-traumatic slave syndrome disorder. While we get the slides up there, um, post-traumatic slave syndrome disorder, if we break it down, we see that it's past trauma that happened due to slavery, okay? And the syndrome, I have a nice definition here from the Oxford Dictionary, which says that the syndrome is the characteristic combination of opinions, emotions, and behavior. Now, when does this become a disorder? This becomes a disorder when it affects us negatively. Slide. Okay, we're still waiting on the slides. Let me go through the objectives quickly. That will be the next slide. So in my objectives, first we will try to get a better understanding of what high blood pressure is. We will talk about some signs and symptoms that may appear. And lastly, we will examine the ways in which we can rewire our brain to eliminate the causes of high blood pressure. I think I skipped one. So we will be also observing the link between high blood pressure and post-traumatic slave syndrome disorder. Next slide, please. So in this next slide, I put that in there purposefully to bring to your attention that we are made up of several systems that helps our body to function. And the reason this picture is there is to indicate to you that all of these systems work together, okay, as holistic to create a balanced function for our bodies. So here we've got a skeletal system, digestive system, respiratory system, circulatory, and the nervous system. Now, above here, you can see the brain. So I'm going to say that the mind and the body works together. Can we agree? So if the mind is affected, it means our body is definitely going to be affected, and vice versa. Next slide. So I have here a definition by the World Health Organization, 2019, which says that high blood pressure is raised blood pressure, okay? And this is a condition in which the blood vessels have persistently raised pressure, which means the pressure in those vessels are raised for a prolonged period of time. We can also see an image there, which is not so nice to look at. We don't want to, and above it we see words envisioning a savage era. Okay? Just keep that in thought as we go through the presentation. Now, the next slide, I'll talk about the physical signs of high blood pressure that can occur. And the reason I say can occur is because high blood pressure is also known as a silent killer. So a lot of times persons may be walking around with high blood pressure, but you will never know it unless for some reason you have a test done. So some of the signs, if they do occur, will be severe headaches, chest pain, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, anxiety, confusion, and even nosebleed, among others. Now again, there's another image here. I think most of you understand what this is. All right, just to bring you up to bring you up to speed to what we're going to get into just after. So in our next slide, many people across generations often consider what contributes to the existence of this disease. And commonly we know things such as old age, genetics, being overweight or obese, high salt diet, abuse of alcohol and smoking, and prolonged stress and anxiety. Now, this is where we're going to make the link between high blood pressure and post-traumatic slave syndrome disorder because of stress and anxiety. Now, a lot of times what's not being talked about is the psychological effects. Here I have for you inferiority. Inferiority is something we have experienced during slavery, during enslavement. Let me correct that. And so we were taught, or we were told, rather, things such as we were ugly. You know, they talk about our nose, our lips, and even our skin that it's dirty because of the color that it has. But today we know scientifically it's because of the melanin which give us that dark complexion. And that's a good thing. Superstition, another cause. Superstition and fear. Now, something I grew up hearing is never put your hat where you cannot reach, or when your hand is in the tiger's mouth, you pat his head. I'm sure most of you would have heard that growing up. But when we look at this, these sayings are sayings that condition our children by adults or parents. It's conditioning because if you never put your hat higher than you can reach, then it means you're going to settle for whatever is being dealt to you in life. You're going to settle at a comfort zone and never go beyond that point. So generation after generation, we're living in the same bracket because we were never told to go beyond that point. Okay? Division among the melanated people. We see this today. We saw it during slavery, and it's even present today. There's communities you can go in both abroad and locally where you will never know your neighbor. Persons are living and you don't see them go in, you don't see them come out. You know, during slavery, we know that gathering was forbidden to some extent. We know that communication wasn't the best during that time, and it still is now, which means it has come forward to this time. Intimidation, well known in our workplaces by law enforcement, in our schools, and even by government. Now, how can we remedy this problem? How can we remedy this problem? From hearing all that I have said and seeing the images that was there in the presentation, there's things such as resentment, anger, okay? And if we continue to feel that way, it means that we're going to be tense, we're going to be stressed, we're going to be anxious. Now, before I get into this, let me just say that when you are stressed, your body produces some chemicals, right? Namely cortisol and adrenaline, which we well know. Now, there's also good stress and there's bad stress. Good stress can be something like preparing for an examination. Just before an examination, you're very nervous. That's good stress. But it's good stress because it's only for that period, and then it goes away after the examination. But with bad stress, it's there for a prolonged period. It's there for generation to generation. It's there for years, which means your body is in that stressful environment, in that stressful situation for a very long time, causing increase in blood pressure. Now, what are some of the things we can do? Lifestyle changes, healthy diet. Okay, we can include more greens, vegetable. We can reduce on fatty foods and high salt content. Avoid excessive use of alcohol and smoking. Exercise, which is key. We know that exercise builds our body up, builds our muscles, improve our functioning in the body, and helps you to cope better with stress. Meditation is very important, very relaxing to the mind and body. And sleep, which is also very important. Sleep helps us to recuperate from the stresses of the previous day and prepares your body to go on into the new day. Now, as a group, holistically, this is where we want to focus on, because we need to also help each other as a group to eradicate such things as high blood pressure and others. So we should, one, remind ourselves that we're all family. We should remind ourselves that it's okay to greet a stranger, because we no longer need to see each other as strangers, but as family. So greeting each other is our weight lifted. There are many of times we live in communities where we don't speak to many of the person in the communities for one reason or the other, but it's important that we mend those relationships, because those relationships may very well be hurting us. Apart from neighbors, it may be a family member we're not speaking to. So we need to mend those relationships. We can say something encouraging to the person we come into contact with. We can bless them. Well, we can't bless them. The blessing is for the Creator. But we could wish them a blessed day, wish them a productive day. We can be courteous. Second, adults need to encourage controlled behavior by youths. And this is a very important point, because today we see youth doing all sorts of things, whether it be Guyana or abroad. We see fighting, we see all type of dressing. And so we can show them the correct way to dress. We can bring back modesty, as we do here at the Culture Center, the Hebrew Family of Guyana. Both women and men are encouraged to dress with a modest outlook. Today we're a thread away from nakedness, I should say. And so we need to mend those threads back up again to create a full, outlook, create a full skirt or full top, right, to cover our bodies. Now, we can also mind our reactions to situation, because the kids are looking at us, and how we behave, they pattern after. So I mentioned before the term conditioning. And so what we're doing is conditioning our kids for the future. So last but not least is, I left the best for last actually, rekindling our relationship with the maker of heaven and earth. That is very important, because the creator of heaven and earth is the only real doctor there is. We can go to doctors for medications, for advice, and different other things. But once you have that relationship with the Creator, He can cause your life to be easier. He can open doors for you that you never believed existed. Okay? I can testify today that I have moved from one point in my life to another, and I did not see the way But because of my trust in the Creator, because of the relationship I believe I had in the Creator, I went ahead. So I'm saying to you today, go ahead and do whatever it is you need to do. The Creator will have your back. Okay, I'll just leave you with a small video to basically highlight what a type of conditioning is. And this is something that was studied on animals and insects and even used on the human. Thank you. So this is a study done on fleas. It's a very short video, it's just a couple of seconds. But it just goes to show how we need to be aware of what we're teaching our children and how we're acting, because it's something that's going to be passed on from one generation to another.
The fleas are placed inside. Training fleas requires a glass jar with a lid. The fleas are placed inside the jar and the lid is then sealed. They are left undisturbed for 3 days. Then, when the jar is opened, the fleas will not jump out. In fact, the fleas will never jump higher than the level set by the lid. Their behavior is now set for the rest of their lives. And when these fleas reproduce, their offspring will automatically follow their example.
Thank you. Wow, excellent. Okay, hold on one second.
Thank you, everyone. So we see with the example of the fleas is that the parents were taught one thing and then they teach it to their children, and then it's a cycle that continues, but they stay within that boundary. They never venture beyond. So we want to break that cycle. Thank you.
And thank you. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we have to know that there's a conditioning that has happened to our people, and there's something called a psychiatry's betrayal. What we find out is that we've been so betrayed that we find that behavior, like with the fleas, we've become like that in many ways, and we don't come out of the bottle because we've been conditioned to stay in, even when the top is off. That's amazing. Okay, next, we would like to importantly go into the educational piece. Education is very important because you know how that has been so manipulated amongst our people all over the world for us. I'd like to bring and tell you a little bit about our sister, Zakia Lindley. She is a teacher occupation. She has a bachelor's in African Studies, a minor in sociology, certification in TEFL, which is sign language. She knows sign language. She's master's in curriculum and instruction, and she teaches right here in Guyana, South America. She's an experienced educator with over 14 years. She looks like she's about 15 of teaching in the United States and internationally. Her background in English, language arts, English as a second language, and curriculum development has allowed her to engage with diverse cultures and educational systems. Holding a TEFL certification, she has taught both children and adults worldwide, including in China, Spain, the Middle East, South Africa, Egypt, Kuwait, and India. She earned her bachelor's degree in African Studies from the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, where she was a top student in the department. Come back. Her studies focus on African history, culture, and languages, including Yoruba, Igbo, Arabic, Swahili, and Hebrew. Initially offered a UN translator position in Nigeria, she shifted her focus to education to explore disparities within the African diaspora's learning experiences. Her work has included supporting special needs students through in-home visits, teaching internationally, and researching global curriculum standards. Currently, she teaches at the Georgetown International Academy in Guyana while pursuing her second master's degree in language and literature. Additionally, she's involved with the Divine Dedication Academy, a virtual initiative dedicated to guiding youth and families through faith-based education. Her passion for cultural understanding, cultural development, and student empowerment continues to drive her work in education. We present to you now our sister Zakia Lindley.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't like speaking in front of crowds, but thank you for reading my bio. Today, I am going to talk to you all about post-traumatic slave syndrome disorder and how it affected education. So today, we're just going to take a minute to go down memory lane. You could go to the next slide. Thank you. So before slavery even began, we were an educated people without curriculum, without textbooks. We had generational wealth of education, and we learned from every generation before us. And we can understand this statement right here on the screen that slavery is associated with inequality and disadvantage for the enslaved population. However, what is notable is that this is a connection that persists more than 150 years after slavery. So after slavery is when our effects begin, because even during slavery, they didn't allow us to read. They didn't allow us to pick up books. They didn't even allow us to want to remember our own names or our own culture. So the echoes of slavery have not faded into history. They manifest in the present, shaping the academic experiences of people of color in ways that are both profound and persistent. Post-traumatic slave syndrome, a concept introduced by Dr. Joy DeGruy, highlights the generational trauma passed down from slavery. And I would like to add to that, you could go to the next slide. I would like to add to that it's not just passed down from slavery, but colonization as well, influencing the mindset of behaviors and educational outcomes of Black and Brown communities. The systemic barriers that once denied education as enslaved individuals have transformed into modern obstacles, underfunded schools, racial biases, curricula, which we'll get further into this later on in my presentation, that even the racial biases are included in our curriculum. So I'm going to go to the next slide. So how slavery affected the African society. The Atlantic slave trade, which took between the 16th and the 19th centuries, had profound and lasting effects on various aspects of society, including education. And some of those ways which the Atlantic slave trade impacted education was suppression of African educational systems, which we can see even here in Guyana. We do incorporate the history of Guyana, but there's not a lot outside of just the month of Guyana month. So outside of Guyana month, we don't really see the students really studying the history before we got to Guyana. We just study Guyana. And even when we're in America or any other international school in different countries, they only learn the history of that host country. They don't get the chance to explore outside of that host country. So the slave trade disrupted traditional African societies and led to forced migrations of millions of people. And you'll see in some textbooks today that it says indentured servants, or you'll see words that make it seem like we volunteered ourselves to come over here, which we know we didn't. So we also have a cultural disruption and loss of knowledge, which I mentioned before, that we weren't allowed to use our own languages anymore, which you'll see movies like Roots and movies like uh, all of the slavery movies. I just can't think of the other one off the top of my head, but even Amistad, where they forced us to change our names, or if they heard us speak in our native tongue, they would correct us and force us to speak English. So that natural instinct or the way that we taught our children was totally just ripped from us, that it was stripped from us. So we couldn't use our language, we couldn't use the traditions that we normally use, and all of the history that we had, our rich history, wasn't taught to our children. So that brings us right to denial of education to enslaved individuals. So right when slavery was ending, of course, they built schools and they made a system while we were enslaved to teach their children, but the curriculum wasn't made for us and it wasn't for our benefit at all. So we go to the next slide. So with that same thought continued, while we were being enslaved, they made sure to, and they are our masters, they are those that colonized us. They had many meetings on the outside to figure out how to enslave us in the mind after we come out of slavery. Yes, we had the Revolutionary War. Yes, we had the Civil War. Yes, all of the countries decided that they were going to end slavery, but they had to figure out how to keep us low. They had to figure out, how do we keep these people still serving us? And the school system is one of those ways. They program our children on the 9 to 5. Just like when you finish school, you already know, I need to get a 9 to 5, because the children are learning on a 9 to 5. They go to school, they wake up in the morning, they get ready, they put their uniform on, and they're ready to go do what? Serve. They're going to figure out what the principal has to say, what the teacher has to say, and they're going to follow those instructions. And as they become adults and they go out in the real world, they're doing the exact same thing. And it's the same program that we were given when we were on the plantation. We wake up in the morning when that alarm goes off, when they come around and they wake us up in our slave room, not slave rooms, our homes that they built for us, the small shacks. But when we're in these shacks, they wake us up and we're programmed on their schedule. Our children are beginning to be programmed on that schedule as well, where they wake up in the morning, they're going to school on that schedule. They're going to do the same thing when they become adults, because they got to wake up to get on their career or their job schedule, unless they run their own business. So I'm not going to play this video, which is on the next slide. But this video, well, actually, I will play this really short. It's like a minute. But this video is just talking about how we can really just enlighten our children and help them understand that we had a rich culture. We had a educational system, from just learning and just studying African studies. When I went to college, I was just surprised. Outside of the fact that my grandparents and my parents taught me a lot about my culture and my heritage, and my father read so many books about different African cultures around the world. As I was growing up, I just had a love for my own culture. I had a love to study different languages in Africa. And before you play the video, I just wanted to learn the different languages. And that is what inspired me to go to college, to want to study African studies and want to study different languages so I could really understand what life was like in Africa, where I could read a text and say, oh, that's what it was, and not have somebody else tell me. So, this video is going to tell you a little bit about our culture before we were enslaved.
The peoples of West Africa had rich and diverse histories and cultures centuries before Europeans arrived. Africans had kingdoms and city-states, each with its own language and culture. The Empire of Songhai and the kingdoms of Mali, Benin, and Congo were large and powerful, with monarchs heading complex political structures governing hundreds of thousands of people. In other areas, political systems were smaller, relying on agreement between people at the village level. Art, learning, and technology flourished, and Africans were especially skilled with medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. In addition to domestic goods, they made fine luxury items in bronze, ivory, gold, and terracotta for both local use and trade. West Africans had traded with Europeans through merchants in North Africa for centuries. The first traders to sail down through the West African coast were the Portuguese in the 15th century. The Dutch, British, French, and Scandinavians followed. They were interested in precious items such as gold, ivory, and spices, particularly pepper. From their first contacts, European traders kidnapped and bought Africans to be sold in Europe. However, it was not until the 17th century, when plantation owners wanted more slaves to satisfy the increasing demand for sugar in Europe, that transatlantic slaving became the dominant trade. This material was derived in large part from the writings of the International Museum of Slavery.
Okay, so I love this video because every time Black History Month comes around, this time I'll take it slow. Okay, sorry about that. But every time Black History Month comes around, I always think, why do we always just teach the children or students? And this is everywhere that I've taught. Even when I was teaching online in China, I thought it was so weird that we're always teaching the students about Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, but they don't really hear about everybody else. There's so many other people that have put in work to get us to where we are now. And I think it's such a shame that we don't get to teach the children outside of just Black History Month or Guyana Month about all of the other Black people or African people in our diaspora, about we were the inventors. We made combs, we made irons, we made the street lights, we made the washing machine, the dryer. We made so many different things that our children don't even know that that was a Black inventor. You know, so we really have to think about, what is this curriculum that we're teaching our children? Are we really educating them and letting them really feel confident about themselves? Are we guiding them to feel like, wow, I can be a person, I can be an inventor, I can be a doctor, I can not just be a teacher or be below somebody else? You know, so I just feel like, and even me working at Georgetown International Academy, yes, I have a curriculum that I have to follow, but when Black History Month comes around, my students are learning about any and everything that I decide to come up with, because I feel like it's very important. And at Georgetown International Academy, we have students from all over. And some of my students are right from South America and they have no idea about slavery. I had a student that didn't even understand what it was, because they were taught so much in Brazil that it's an indentured servant, that they didn't understand what slavery was and what it meant, and that people actually came over on a ship. So as parents, when your children come home, especially during Black History Month or all around the year, we really have to teach our children ourselves that there's so much that they have to learn about just being who they are and where they are from. And that clip right there just shows that our children have to understand that we came from a rich culture and not just what you remember. And that's something that slavery affected us with, is that we don't understand where we came from before slavery. Most Black people or Black children today, you ask them, where are you from? Or how many generations can you say? They stop at their grandparent. Most of them can't say my great, 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 great did X, Y, and Z because they don't remember. But something my father did that I was really proud of is that he kept our family's information from slavery all the way up to today. And we have a tree, even on my mother's side of the family, we have a tree where it's just written down every generation so we can map it. And we actually feel good about that because we can trace it and we know where we come from. And I think every family has to do that to educate themselves. So we could go to the next slide. So after slavery, education was not limited to elites. It was an essential part of daily life. Knowledge was passed down through oral historians. So like I said before, it was like our elders, and we could go to the next slide. It was our elders, because I did talk about this one already. So today what we notice is things are changing around the world. We are starting to see more Black doctors. We are starting to see more Black nurses. We are starting to see this image of us in administrative positions. But did you all know that there's a quota? Most companies have a quota of how many Black people they have to have in the hospital, how many doctors you have to have, how many teachers you have to have. But our children don't know this. They just are programmed to know that after you finish elementary school, go to middle school, go to high school, go to college, you get your degree. We have so many Black people that have a PhD, but they're not allowed to get a job because they took so much time of their life getting this degree that they didn't get the experience, right? And so now you see a lot of people that are not of our descent that are getting hired because they have the experience and they don't have the paper. But we're taught to go get the paper. We can't get the job unless we have the paper. Why do we keep teaching our children this? We don't have to teach them that. We need to start teaching our children the skills again. If our children have these skills and they have these experiences, and we don't have to worry about that because now they have that and they have the paper. And we have to really start to reprogram ourselves, because why did slavery begin anyway? When they went to Africa, they saw that we were skilled. When they went over to America and they saw the Native Americans couldn't last in those fields, they realized we need to find somebody else that's really skilled, that knows how to do this, right? And that is why they took us, because they saw that we were skilled. They saw that we were educated. They saw that they could really brainwash us because they came over with different things that we never saw before. So because we saw something pretty, they saw something pretty too, but their objective was different than ours, and their objective was unfair and it was not just. So we have to learn how to reprogram ourselves to be fair and to be just, but at the same time, we have to teach our children those skills that they wanted in the first place, because they still want them. But now they're trying to replace us with robots, right? But if they can't replace us completely, because the robots still can't dig in the ground like we can. They wouldn't have had all of those fields and all of the riches without us. So we really need to reprogram ourselves. Let's go to the next slide. So in summary, before we move to the next topic, the Atlantic slave trade had a profound and negative impact on education in Africa and among the African diaspora. It disrupted indigenous educational systems, denied education to enslaved individuals, and contributed to long-term educational inequalities that persist to some extent today. So we're gonna move on. And you could keep going until you get to the slide with the video. It's like 3 slides down. Yeah, but don't press play yet. So this video is talking about what we're doing to, not me, sorry, not where. What they're doing to textbooks now. So something that is happening in the United States and many other countries now is that they are taking slavery completely out of textbooks because they feel like it is too traumatic. They feel like it's dangerous. It can cause trauma. Children might need counseling afterwards, and it's just too much. And we have in the US where a lot of people are starting to stand up to say that this is not fair, that our history shouldn't just be written out, that it shouldn't just be taken out of textbooks. But I don't know if you noticed that most countries, they follow the American curriculum. And what America does, most people like to follow because America seems like it's the greatest. But if you are a parent, you need to make sure you're paying attention to this. I don't know if it's going to reach Guyana, and I pray it doesn't, but that is something that they're doing in the US now where they're changing the curriculum and they're adding in that we have to learn about all cultures, and that includes the LGBTQ community, that includes all different types of genders. And they believe that that history should be included as well. Then you don't have to play it. So in this video, it's just talking about what the people are doing in the different states to change it. There are parents coming forward that feel that their children need to learn it. And it's not just Black people that are coming forward. It's Europeans as well that feel that children should be able to learn every part of history because it is a part of the American history and it's a part of every country's history because most countries have some type of slavery or some type of colonization that was involved. So that video is not playing, but it's playing now? Oh, okay. Well, let's go to I knew YouTube was going to take it down, but it's okay. But now y'all know why YouTube took that video down. But it was on the news in the States, so that video got taken down. So we'll go to the next one. So this video right here is talking about the misconception that we don't even realize that we've learned since elementary school about the map. So we are taught mapping skills. We are taught how to find longitude and latitude, find countries, what pilots do to find a place or find their location. But this video, is this one going to play? Don't tell me it's taken down. It's not playing either. This is sad, but I'll tell you. So basically, every map is made to give children the image that all European countries are bigger than the countries that we are from, right? So anybody that is colored, their country is seen as smaller, and the European countries are bigger. If you ever looked at a map, and we don't have one on the screen right now, but Greenland is huge, and it's really this small. It is a really, really small country. It is not big, and they make it seem like it's bigger than Africa. Some maps it looks like it's bigger than South America. But that's another way that they program us, and we don't really think about this, right? We're teaching our children to look at the map, find Africa. Why is Africa so small when it can hold most of all of those countries in it, right? Even a whole continent in it. We really have to think about that. And we really have to reprogram ourselves to teach our children, why don't you create a new map, right? Teaching our children to be inventors of the things that they didn't think were possible. Okay, so with that being said, I am finished my presentation, but I just want to leave you with a thought. And the thought is to all of us are parents or grandparents here in this room, and we have children here. And I think it's really important that we take the time to teach them about our own families and what we're doing in our families so that they can feel the pride that they need to have when they walk out the door every morning. And I have sons, and my husband and I, we do this as well. We teach our children and we teach them to feel proud and not let anybody else bring you down, regardless of what race they are. We still have to be open minded, but I just want you to begin to teach your children about other inventors that are just like us. Thank you.
All right. Hello. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And of course, there's much more where that came from. We have other educators who are not here today, and I'm quite sure they would have a lot of information to share with you. We have two other pieces. We have a health piece and we have agriculture piece. But now it is like about 3:15, 3:10, whatever. So we want to give you a little break, but it has to be a little break. This is what we want to know. Do you all want to go downstairs and get something, or you want to get it and bring it up, and you want to continue? We want the drummers. They owe us some tunes, and we have the one-man band. Got to get him in. He's got to enjoy this. He's bring us some Bob Marley and some different, so that we can really feel that we're home. So I would like to know how you want to do this. All those who want to go down now and take a break and come right back up. You can bring the food upstairs. You can bring your snacks upstairs. Would you like to do that? Okay. Hands, I didn't see anybody. Do you want to do that? Okay, the ladies' room and the men's room is downstairs. So that's what you need to know. But if you want to just stay up here and have us bring you something up, you can just let me know and we'll bring it to you. So, yeah, you can bring it up. Drummers, let's get busy. Come on now, you look a little sluggish over there. These are the Hebrew family drummers. These are the younger versions. We have older drummers as well. We have drummers that we call them, yeah, we have some even smaller than those. I think there's one little one over there. Yeah, there he is, but we got some little teeny ones. So, this is traditional because we want them to learn and understand that this is a way of communication, not just with each other, with man, because we use the drums to send messages. They also communicate with our Creator, who seems to love the sound. So here we are now. Come on, drummers, let's do what we got to do. And told out to everyone for your attention. And you can go down now and be served, or we'll bring you something up. You just tell me, and you can whisper it in my ear. Told out. All right. She's going to bring some up for those who want, so you don't have to go down.
to mention, we have some vending downstairs. So if you want to see some African garments and some different cultured garments downstairs, you can take a chance to look. Over here, we have some books that we told you about. All right, some very interesting documentation books. What happened? Huh? Oh, we fell. That's a lot. They switched it up. It's gonna be. All right, we're getting ready now. Woo! Hey, everybody, we're getting ready to start. I hope you enjoyed the snacks. Very good, very good. Everybody should come up now. Soda. Woo! Hallelujah. I hope you all are enjoying the renditions from our one-man band, Brother Kas. Don't get me your name wrong. Raskamu. Thank you for hanging in there with us today. All right. Let me. Yes. Whew. Now, you know, we talked about a lot of things in here today, and we've looked at a lot of different institutions. We certainly want to look at the institute now of more of our health. We're going to go into it because this is where our children are effective psychologically. Now, I know you may say, well, what other ways can our people be affected? Well, whatever ways that exist, we have been affected by it. I'd like you to join me in welcoming a sister. Yes, you calling me? Who, wow, she's been around for a while. She's very talented. She's multi-talented because she does sing. I was hoping that she was going to sing our song today, Forget Me Not, but I understand if she's not ready to do that. I have to take these glasses off to see this. All right. I'm going to introduce to you a life coach and a counselor right now. Her name is Leah Ben Yisrael. She was born in Long Island, New York, and raised the Hebrew by her mother and her father as a part of Hashaba Yisrael in Brooklyn, New York. Everybody knows where Brooklyn is. You've heard of it. She pursued her bachelor's degree in Black American Studies at the University of Delaware. And shortly after, she earned her master's degree in social work at Delaware State University. She worked for several years providing individual cognitive behavioral therapy. I love it, dealing with the mind. And the children who experience trauma and with behavioral and emotional challenges. She then transitioned to providing functional family therapy and multi-systemic therapy to families in the juvenile justice system. And I know about that. And those children are really, really traumatized. All right. She is currently living in Guyana, South America, and is a member of the Hebrew family of Guyana. And she's a jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Yah in Israel, led by Kohan Mikel Ben Levi. In 2017, Leah launched the Beit Or counseling, yes. And she conducts lectures about trauma, child safeguarding, and relationships. She also provides individual and group counseling services. Beit Or counseling services are targeted to serve Hebrew families, and these are Hebrew families that know and don't know that they're actually Hebrew families, but we know who they are, and communities in effort to rebuild the structure of the Hebrew family and prevent abuse. And I now present to you Sister Leah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that warm welcome. I know it's been a long afternoon so far, and many of you have gotten up and stretched a little bit. I hope you did. If you haven't, just get up, get your blood flowing, move your toes, wiggle your fingers, stretch a little bit, get your blood flowing, because we don't want you sitting idle too long. That's not good for your body. And what I would love for you to do, if you have an opportunity to do it, is to get up and hug somebody. Oh, it sounds like a lot of work, but if you can, even if it's your neighbor, just hug somebody. Hug somebody right now. Yes, turn and hug somebody. And the longer the hug, the better. Hug somebody. I'm coming out there and hugging somebody. Let me hug somebody. Yes. Oh, wonderful. I'm coming to hug you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, hug somebody. Absolutely, yes. Because hugging is so important. It's such a small gesture, but hugging releases such important oxytocin in your brain. And oxytocin is important because It helps build stronger bonds with people. It releases all of your anxiety and helps you feel calmer, makes you feel more at peace. So I hope you're feeling more at peace right now after all that hugging. Feeling good? Great, because we're getting ready to talk about some deep, deep, deep topics. And I want to just give you a little bit of a preface and say that some of these topics could be a little bit, it can rile up some stuff in you. So if you feel yourself getting riled up, feel free to just stand up or take a break or have a moment to yourself so that you don't get overwhelmed. And we won't go too deep, but it may touch the surface of some of the experience that you may have had, because we're going to talk a lot about trauma. So she would have given you just a brief overview of who I am, but I just wanted to tell you that much of my experience is dealing with your children's generation and your grandchildren's generation. So when I'm talking about the traumatic experiences, you may be thinking about yourself, but also think about what your children have experienced through you. And that's hard to think about. That's hard to think about. What have your children experienced through you? Not your great grandmother, but through you, because you're here now and you have the power to make a difference, because what someone did that long ago is not going to have an impact on what you can do right now to help your children and your grandchildren who are experiencing some of these long-lasting effects of trauma. Now, as you can tell, I like speaking about this because I'm moving around, and when I get excited, I move around. So you're gonna have to follow me a little bit with your eyes as I move around, okay? You ready? All right, we're gonna get started. So this presentation is called Rebuilding a Nation, and I call it that because we have a very unique experience. Our ancestors who came from Africa, they had a very, very different DNA, right? We were all there living our best lives. You heard about the education, the experience, the health, all of those things we had. When we got on those ships, we became a brand new group of people. We have a shared experience, all from different places, all in Africa, coming together and going through a very traumatic experience together. And sometimes being dropped off in different locations along the way, but still nonetheless building a brand new generation and changing our DNA. That's really important, because traumatic experiences do change your DNA. Right? So yes, we are absolutely connected to our motherland, but we have built a brand new DNA through our personal experiences. And that is what generations of trauma looks like. It's built into your DNA, and you have to do something to change it, right? Just like high blood pressure or diabetes or cancer, you have to actually do something to stop it from continuing through your generations, and so is the same for trauma. So we're going to start with this. We're going to start with this second slide about what we have learned to be the nigger marriage, okay? So the nigger marriage, I'm going to read it to you because it's a little blurry. It says, we breed 2 nigger males with 2 nigger females, then we take the nigger males away from them and keep them moving and working. Good. Say one, thank you. Say one nigger female bears a nigger female and the other bears a nigger male. Both nigger females being without influence of a nigger male image, frozen with independent psychology, will raise their offspring into reverse positions, meaning that they'll raise the woman very strong and the male very weak. The one with the female offspring will teach her to be like herself, independent and negotiable. We negotiate with her, through her, by her. We negotiate her at will. The one with the nigger male offspring, being frozen with a subconscious fear of his life, will raise him to be mentally dependent and weak, but physically strong. In other words, body over mind. Now, in a few years, when these two offspring become fertile for early reproduction, we will mate and breed them and continue the cycle. This is good, sound, and long-range comprehensive planning. Now, when you hear that, it sounds like a strategic plan to make Black male children weak and physically strong, and Black female children independent and strong. And what that does is creates a resentment between the two. And then generations upon generations will hold that resentment between them. So that women will say, well, I don't need no man, or push men away, or have single parent homes because it feels familiar. And for men, they will not be present for their children. They will be emotionally unstable, physically not present, perpetuating the cycle. What we're trying to do is to reverse that, right? So let's go to our next slide. I want to talk a little bit about trauma, and I just want to give you, next slide. Oh, what is trauma? Here we are. So a lot of people think of that trauma is like it has to be some ginormous big event, but trauma is very, very simple. It literally is anything that happens in your life that changes the way you do things forward. So it could be anything, like a car accident. If you get on the road and you get in a car accident, you're gonna be shaken up. No matter how big the accident is, you're gonna be shaken up. For some people, they might just walk away and say, "Ooh, that was crazy." Get right back in their car and drive along the way. For others, and we know them, we've had experiences with people who they get in a car accident, they say, "I'm never driving on that road again. I'm never driving this car again." They're traumatized. And they even have a physical response relating to that. Every time they go on that road, they get anxiety. They start shaking. They don't want to go. That is trauma, right? It's even something as simple as, for me, I have this dark mark on my arm. And I like to tell people I was attacked by a butternut squash that I was cooking that fell on my arm and burned me. And now I have a taste aversion to butternut squash. It was attacking me. So now I don't eat butternut squash, traumatized, right? But if you cook it right, I might just eat it, right? You can reverse the effects of trauma, but it takes a while. You have to be intentional, okay? Next slide. All right, but what we're talking about are not just simple events. We're talking about very specific long-term trauma. So what I just described is like an acute trauma. That's like a single event that happens in your life. You were a victim of a robbery, acute trauma, right? It was a natural disaster, a flood, and it took your home, acute trauma, right? But we're talking about chronic trauma. We're talking about generations of the same behaviors happening over and over and over again, not only because it happened to your grandmother and then your mother and then happened to you, but also in your life, you've had a chronic trauma over and over again in your personal life. And it just so happens that the community that we built, meaning when we came over on those ships, we have a very unique traumatic experience that we all share, no matter if you're in the US or in Guyana. We have very similar experiences through that chattel slavery, right? So let's talk about the chronic trauma. We're talking about multi-generational, and this is when Dr. Joy DeGruy really did a great job explaining post-traumatic slave syndrome. Now, normally in psychology, we have this term called PTSD, right? So PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder, right? But she saw the uniqueness of the African experience through slavery and said, this is a very unique and specific type of trauma. This is based specifically on the slave trade, unique to us. Yes, it's a form of PTSD, but it's very specific to African people who were victims of the transatlantic slave trade. And what she talks about is adaptive survival behaviors. Can you think just in your mind about what kind of survival behaviors were necessary for people who were enslaved to just live? Think about what they had to eat, what they had to wear, how they had to speak, how they had to dress, their hair, and all of those things. All of those things are adaptive survival behaviors. And many of them not healthy. Not healthy, but you got to do what you got to do in the moment to survive, right? You got to do what you got to do. She also talks about the consequences of multi-generational oppression. And we're going to talk about a little bit about that today. And she really points out that it affects esteem, meaning how you feel about yourself, marked anger, violence towards yourself and to others, most who look like you, because, you know, self-hate, you hate yourself, but you also hate people who look like you, right? And then internalized racism. All of those things are multi-generational. You may say, I'm not racist. I love my children. I love myself. But some of these things are so unconscious, you wouldn't even realize they're traumatized, or you're traumatized and you're passing the trauma on to your children. This is vulnerability we're talking about here. Being vulnerable enough to say, yep, that was traumatizing to me. I'm traumatized, and therefore I'm passing it along because I'm doing the same thing, right? Let's look at the next slide. So I just want you to look at this list. I'm not going to read it out to you, but you can read it and just kind of see what is the experience that we may have had based off of the shared experience of the slave trade, right? And I'm sure at some point in that list, you can have a memory attached to something there. Raise your hand if just one thing on this list your family or people you know who are close to you have experienced. A lot of things on that list, right? These are just some of the examples of that multi-generational experience and trauma, right? So when we talk about acute, remember we had that acute and chronic trauma. We talked about acute trauma and initial responses to trauma, and this is probably what our ancestors would have faced, is that there's exhaustion and sadness, anxiety, confusion, disassociation, numbness, irritability, mood swings, all these things happening when you have a traumatic experience. That happens to all of us, right? Regardless of the type of experience you're having, even if it's similar to someone else's, even if you're in the same situation as someone else, you experience it different, right? So you can have a reaction that someone else wouldn't have. But when we get into these delayed responses, these are the ones that are the most dangerous because we can usually spot these. Oh, she got in a car accident. That's why she has anxiety. Oh, she lost her mom. That's why she's sad, right? But all of the delayed responses are the ones we don't really pay attention to, and we don't focus on the impact of them. Because what happens if you lose a parent and you have been traumatized as a child for some violent loss of a parent? Violent loss, not just, old age, but a violent loss, and you have children and you have one of these delayed responses to trauma, what is the impact it's going to have on your children? Something to think about. Because that is your children, despite what you might think, they learn from what they see. And you learn from what you see. So your behaviors, what you say, how you communicate are all based off your personal experiences. And if you experience a trauma that you haven't dealt with, that you haven't recovered from, you're going to have some delayed response. And how does that impact the family? How does that impact the marriage? How does that impact your interpersonal relationships when you have trauma? Or if it's passed down to you and you didn't have control over it, right? So let's talk about it a little bit more detail. So I do have a few studies in here that I think are really, really interesting. Most of them are from the US, but they're relevant because remember, we have the shared experience. And I don't think I can probably find statistical data that I would consider reliable in Guyana yet, but I think it's gonna come when we can get some statistical data about the same things that I'm gonna show you. But I'm also looking at these physical responses to trauma too, because those are important. Because those are sometimes the signs that a person has some trauma that they don't even realize they have, right? This goes into some of the things that the medical side sometimes where you find yourself going to the doctor about things often, and sometimes those things are tied to your mind. Many times they are because of the experience that you have that impacts you. And doctors will tell you there are plenty of studies that show that the way you think about yourself and your ability to heal or your well-being or all of those experiences that you have impact your health. They impact your high blood pressure. It even impacts your digestion. Let you make a sudden move just up and have to leave your home, leave the country, and you have to relocate. These things are impacted immediately because of stress alone. How long they're impacted is how well you cope. And some people just don't have the coping skills to deal with extreme stress or extreme traumatic experiences, right? All right, so let's look at this first study that I have. So this study is coming up. Here we go. All right, this study is called Racial Bias in Pain Assessment and Treatment Recommendations and False Beliefs About Biological Differences Between Blacks and Whites. That's long. I read the article for you so you don't have to read it. And basically what they did that is so super interesting is they asked doctors about the pain tolerance of Black people in very unique questions, many of them false, right? Or statements like Black people got bigger feet or Black people got, whatever, just no medical background to the statement, just a blanket statement with no validity. And many of the doctors believed it was true, that Black people had higher tolerance for pain, that they had better immune systems, and all of these things that are just completely untrue. But it comes with a bias because it comes through slavery with, people, the enslavers making statements about Black people, about us not having feelings, not feeling pain, that we were like animals. And even today, this study is not that long ago, that medical doctors, and I would almost guarantee this is the same that exists in Guyana. How do you think this impacts a doctor's decision-making? When you go to the doctor and you say, I'm in pain, how likely are they to take your pain seriously based off of their bias? And we see that when it comes to birth rates with Black women. When Black women go to the hospital and they complain about their experiences, if they're having a problem, they know and they feel that they're having a problem, doctors are more likely to dismiss them, right? Those experiences in themselves are traumatic. And I can guarantee you there are women in this room who have some traumatic birth experiences based off of doctors just not believing them, right? Just not believing them. Them knowing their bodies and doctors just dismissing them. It's very, very disturbing. So this is just proof of that, right? That doctors believe the biases the racial biases that they've been taught over generations, and that's impacting you and your experience. Okay, let's move on. So next we're going to talk about this impact. So if you have a traumatic experience, and many of us share these traumatic experiences, they're through a multi-generational traumatic experiences. Like, there are things that if you saw the description of a nigger marriage, where many men are put in positions where they're not feeling comfortable in their homes, or they're used to being deceitful and not honest about relationships, and therefore several relationships all over the place, and marriages, children everywhere, and not being present in the home, that creates a whole new impact on children, right? Or let's get a little bit more common of an experience. You have a male in the house whose mother was mean, very mean, because she had a traumatic experience. You look just like your daddy, and now I'm mean to you. And that child, that male child, becomes a very angry adult. And they're a mean father, abusive, angry, cannot hold their tongue. That's traumatic. That violence that we're talking about that comes with that traumatic experiences that Black people have, that's real. And there are a lot of people walking around with anger issues, cannot hold their anger, believe that they can say whatever they want to children, and then it's okay, that their children aren't going to be impacted, and therefore pass that down. Some of the things that you may see in a situation like that is it immediately impacts interpersonal relationships. The marriage suffers. So now your children see, this is the example of marriage: anger, frustration, fighting, in and out of the home, right? That's their example. Then the children, if there's abuse of any kind, that's going to impact them, whether they're witnessing it or experiencing it, right? And then the community. What happens if you're in a community where you can hear violence next door, up the street, on the road, and no one's able to say anything, or it's so common it becomes just the norm, right? How does that impact your view of marriage, children, community, family, all of those things? It impacts it. And then there's multi-generational transmission. If you don't know how to control your anger, you think you can say anything to children, treat any type of way. What happens when they're learning coping skills, when they're angry? What happens when they are trying to find a mate in life and all they know is abuse? What happens when they go out to find a partner? If you don't have emotional regulation, why would they? If you have fears, and this is a really big one, if you have fears about whatever, sometimes parents have fears about progression. Your child wants to leave the home and do something you were never able to do yourself. I know that sounds like, no, I wouldn't be upset. Yes, there are parents who are fearful of their children doing something they were never able to do. They wish they could have, but they were never able to do. And they pass that fear along by degrading them. You'll never be able to do that. That makes no sense. You're never going to be successful. Those fears are then passed down. And the lessons that you learn, if you're a driver that is frequently in accidents and your children are experiencing that too, that's what they're going to become. They're going to become a poor driver as well, because that's what they know. They know rush out in traffic, don't care about anybody else on the road, be unempathetic. That's what they're going to learn. And then victims becoming perpetrators, because there are a lot of people who, and we know this through studies as well, that are traumatized through abuse, sexual abuse, and then they don't even get it dealt with. They're living with the perpetrator. They're living with the person who abused them. And that traumatic experience causes lots of problems, especially multi-generational perpetration, right? When you have a person who's an uncle who abuses a child and abuses the next child, and then they become abusers and abuse the next generation, it's so common now that people usually tell them, just be quiet. It's not helpful. Okay, so we see some of these long-term effects: self-worth, self-sabotage, mistrust, diminished values. All of these are the long-term effects that you may see, that you may have experienced yourself, or you know that this could be the state in which people you know, especially younger generation, are in, right? Let's go to the next slide. All right, this is another study that talks about incarceration. And it says Black people are overrepresented in most jails with relevant data. So this comes from the United States as well, but I would like to I would bet lots of money that this is the case in Guyana, that Black people are overrepresented in the prisons based off of the population, right? And that goes along with violence. How violent are Black people said to be based off of just being Black, based off of biased views? Let's go to the next one. And we talked about this a little bit, about how trauma affects interpersonal relationships. Your relationships are always impacted by your personal experiences, because a lot of times people marry what's familiar to them. People get into close relationships with what's familiar to them, even if it's bad. Familiar doesn't always feel good. Familiar sometimes feels bad, and familiar is comfortable. So even if it feels bad, if it's comfortable, you're gonna go there, right? And that's the case for many of us, okay? Next slide. All right, and we talked about the multi-generational generational transmission of some of these other things like drugs and alcohol and emotional regulation and fears, right? We talked about how those things go to the next generation as well. Next slide. All right, this is an important one. An enslaved people's diet, right? Because your food also impacts your emotions and your ability to regulate emotions and your ability to heal yourself, especially your mind. And enslaved peoples had to get what they could get. They got rations, cornmeal, lard, some meat, molasses, peas, greens, and flour. Their diets were high in fat and starch and not nutritionally sound and could lead to ailments, including scurvy and rickets. But if you think about many of our diets, it's high in fat and starch because it's familiar. Doesn't mean it's healthy, it's familiar. And Black people are twice as likely to develop diabetes and cardiac arrest and higher rates of elevated blood pressure, arthritis, cancer because of our diet, because it's familiar. You get good feelings from grandma's cook-up. You get good feelings from that bread that your great-grandma used to make. It was so good. Great feelings from those things. But it's not always healthy. And that impacts you, impacts your mind and your body. And that's multi-generational as well. Next slide. All right, victims, I have this is a very important topic to me, talking about victims of sexual abuse, because that is, like, to me, the most under-discussed topic in the Black community about sexual abuse. And a lot of times it goes unrecognized because we love our family and we don't want to accuse them or have them arrested for very egregious behaviors. But it's necessary to do something about, because the moment a child is sexually abused and they do not feel an adult has their back, supported them, listened to them, and did anything about it, they're immediately traumatized and it impacts them moving forward. My suggestion is always, if you ever hear your child say they were abused, stop everything you're doing and deal with it. It doesn't matter who the person is. It can be your uncle, your father, your cousin, a neighbor. Immediately do something about it, because that trauma is long lasting. The trauma of no one believing you is worse than the actual trauma itself. All right. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so let's talk about a path to healing. So I'm always going to start with the individual, because if you don't start with yourself, you can't heal if you don't heal yourself, you're not going to be able to heal your family. If you don't heal your family, you're not going to be able to heal the community. And we're going down to the greater good of all of us, right? So you got to start with yourself. If you know you have some trauma, you thinking about your father and how they treated you, your mother and your experience with her, what experiences you had as a child in your home, sexual abuse, abuse of any kind, or just people who had terrible emotional regulation or put you through trauma, you need to deal with that. You need to discuss that. You need to heal that. Even if it's not through counseling, you're going to other people, having those discussions, going to your priest, going to your minister, and really releasing that is important. And especially getting away from people who are continuously traumatizing you, because that's not good. That's really important to healing. Let's go to the next slide. So this talks about the individual path that you may take. Reestablish your sense of self and purpose. Identify your triggers, because triggers are usually something that no one can control your trigger. If somebody looks like your uncle and you run into them and you're like, I don't know why I don't like them. I just don't like them. And every time you see them, you're rude to them. That's your problem. You got to deal with that problem. That's your trigger. If loud noises trigger you because you grew up in a home where slamming doors was normal and that traumatized you, that's your trigger. You have to deal with that, because we all know people who are triggered and they make it everybody else's problem, right? It's really your problem to own, and you have to do something to heal yourself in order to move forward. You got to develop the right coping skills, and self-care, like your diet, is so super important. And do things that you enjoy, especially with people you enjoy it with. And then always, if nothing else, get counseling. Get counseling. It's nice to go to a minister or a priest. Those people are definitely people who can support you. But I advocate for professional counseling. Always, with a trained professional counselor, because they have skills that lay counselors are just not going to have, right? And you really need, especially for traumatic experiences, you need a trained person to help you through some of that stuff, okay? So let's go through your family, because this is important as well. Purposeful pursuits. I just love that statement, because it talks about when your children are ready to marry, you need to make sure that they're marrying with purpose, or they're pursuing people with purpose, with the purpose of finding people who are best aligned with them. Not who look the cutest, who dress the best, but who are most aligned, right? Respecting marriage and the order and the institution of marriage. That's really, really difficult for a lot of people, because cheating becomes so common and we're so used to seeing it, right? And then having a divine family order, breaking generational curses, and overall counseling, family counseling. If you know you got an issue with your daughter and it hasn't been resolved for years, you need to get counseling for that. It's not going to resolve itself on its own, or it might be too late and you're not here to resolve it. And that would be traumatic for your child as well. All right, let's go to the next slide. And then community healing. I love this phrase, Ubuntu, which is an African proverb that is, I am because we are. We are interconnected. So when you heal yourself and I heal myself, we heal the community. When you treat your children better and raise them better and break generational curses, it heals the community, because I now can see your family as an example, even if my family is broken. I have an example. I can see one and use you because you've broken your curses. That's helpful to the community. And then rebuilding the village so we can trust one another. When we see someone who is going through traumatic experiences or is experiencing abuse, that we can call them out on it and help them build trust to understand that we love them, and that's why we're calling them out. And then interpersonal communication. There are times when people walk by me at work or, in a setting like this, and I say hello and they keep on going. And most people's initial response is, oh, she got an attitude, or she don't like me, or he's uppity, or, he think he all that, and that's why he's not talking to me. But some people, they just got a lot going on in their life, and it's having empathy for people, right? Having empathy for people who are going through things in their lives, and it has nothing to do with you, right? And also increasing communication so that you can say, are you okay? How are you doing today? So that you can get that eye contact and not take things so personal, right? And acknowledging the moments of difficulty when you're having a bad day, to be able to tell someone, I'm just having a bad day. So they can expect, okay, you're not going to be the same bubbly you that I usually see. It creates really good expectations and sets the precedent for the day, right? All right, let's go to the next slide. So national healing, in order for us to really have that feeling that we're progressing as a people, we need multi-generational trauma to be fixed in a lot of areas. The way we eat, the way we marry, our health, child safeguarding, policy or policing, that's a big one, because how we're policed in our communities is also traumatizing. And anything else that really impacts the greater good of us, right? So all of these areas are considered pertinent to national healing, but you can only start with you. So your personal healing, your personal trauma, your personal experience is how we get here. You can't save the nation if you don't save yourself. Next slide. So these are just some of the services that I offer, and to support the nation in building and community and counseling and all of those things that are necessary. And feel free to ask me questions afterwards if you need to. And I'll be around for a little bit longer. And I'm sure they'll give you my contact information if you need it. And I appreciate your time and your attention and your hugs. And I'm coming back around and closing out to get a few more 20-second hugs. But if you have a question, I'm not sure if there's time, Ima Mariam, if they have time for questions. I don't know, I see hands, but. Afterwards. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Good afternoon. Oh, how about you?
Wow, I needed that. That was good. So I said, listen, let's give her another round of applause. That was excellent, excellent. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow. This is some good stuff, you know. If you had to actually go and pay for this type of course, you know, you'd be paying a pretty penny. So, you know, just please, you know, take advantage of it and see it as a blessing to you. Now, we're going to get back into the education, the family education. Where is our brother? Is he here? Yes, there he is. Okay, I want to give you a little background on Kohan Hodiah Ben Levy. Kohan Hodiah, he's one of our young Kohan. He's a young priest, but he's been around for many years and he's done a lot of good work. I'm going to talk about him a little bit. He's also known as Hodiah Stewart. Some of you may know him from the International Decade. He's in the back there. He's working along with the organization. We're going to talk a little bit about that in a little while. He knows that successful students become successful adults. As high school teachers, he's been teaching for over 20 years. Look at him, y'all. He looks about maybe 20 himself. So that tells you something about lifestyle. And he takes pride in molding children academically and morally. He holds a bachelor's degree in communication and certificates in teaching from Cambridge University. He has many years of experience teaching psychology and sociology. He's also a counselor, and students regularly seek his advice and guidance on matters they are experiencing. He has worked as a family mediator for over a decade. Hodiah has worked on many international development bank projects as a part of Nations Research Institute, the NURI research, implementing and counseling team. The most recent is the government of Guyana, IDB, and IDB developed Citizen Security Strengthening Program that focuses on the prevention and reduction of crime and violence, and public sector and civil society capacity building. This includes the implementation of an inmate rehabilitation and reintegration model for the Guyana prison system, where he worked to reconcile relationships between inmates, their families,
and prison officers to prevent recidivism. And you know what that is. Don't want to repeat it again. Hodiah is also a priest within the Levitical order of the Hebrew family of Guyana, an effective communicator of the Bible. Yeah, he can teach you to hear him sometimes. Oh, he's fiery. Hodiah is widely known for his practical and dynamic teaching style, which helps people apply the timeless truths of Scripture to their everyday lives. He serves as speaker for radio and online broadcasts on behalf of the Hebrew family of Guyana. He and his wife, Takia Melissa Stewart, have been married for the past, at the time, it was 16 years, maybe a little bit more years than that now. But at any rate, here I'm introducing to you, present to you, Brother Kohan Hodiah. Give him a hand, y'all. Oh.
Lou, if you walk out of Will's life now, don't you ever come back.
Sit down.
I ain't got time for no lecture.
I said sit down, Lou. You know, Will was doing just fine until you showed up. But now that you're back, you have responsibilities to him.
Look, we're still gonna take the trip.
Oh, bull! Bull! Will is not a coat that you hang in the closet, then pick it up when you're ready to wear it. His life goes on. He's not supposed to be here for you. You're supposed to be here for him.
You get off my back! You think I want this? It just happened! Now, when Will was a baby, I was scared.
Cut the crap, all right? Cut it! Because I've been there. But I didn't run out on my family. I was there every day for them because that's what a man does.
Fine, Philip. You win. You the man. You a better man than me. You happy? Now, you gonna tell Will or not?
I'm not gonna do your dirty work for you.
Fine. I'll call him from the road.
Yeah, then why don't you do that?
Yeah, I'll do that. Daddy out! What's up? Will, man, I'm glad you're here. Some business came up I gotta handle. So we're gonna have to put our trip on hold. You understand?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Just for a couple of weeks.
I understand.
Yeah. Maybe a little longer.
Yeah, whatever.
Look, I'll call you next week and we'll iron out the details. Okay?
Yeah.
It was great seeing you, son.
You too, Lou.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Will.
You know what? Actually, this works out better for me. You know, the slimmies of summer come to class wearing next to nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Will, it's all right to be angry.
Hey, why should I be mad? I'm saying at least he said goodbye this time. I just wish I hadn't wasted my money buying this stupid present.
I'm sorry. If there was something that I
Hey,
could
you know
do.
what? You ain't got to do nothing, Uncle Phil. Hey, ain't like I'm still 5 years old, Ain't like I'm gonna be sitting up every night asking my mom, when's daddy coming home, Who needs him? Hey, he wasn't there to teach me how to shoot my first basket, but I learned, didn't I? Hey, I got pretty damn good at it too, didn't I, Uncle Phil?
you did.
Got through my first day without him, right? I learned how to drive. I learned how to shave. I learned how to fight without him. I had 14 great birthdays without him. He never even sent me a damn card. To hell with him! I ain't need him then, and I don't need him now.
Will.
Now, you know what, Uncle Phil? I'm gonna get through college without him. I'm gonna get a great job without him. I'm gonna marry me a beautiful honey, and I'm having me a whole bunch of kids. I'm gonna be a better father than he ever was. And I sure as hell don't need him for that, because ain't a damn thing he could ever teach me about how to love my kids. How come you don't want me, man?
For many of you in the room, you played an instrumental role in my upbringing from my and you see the different family structures when there's parent teachers conference, PTA meetings, and so on. You see them both parents coming together there, representing their children. And it struck a chord with me because when I was in the education system, I had to teach a topic in Caribbean sociology called family. And it was a part of the syllabus that you have to speak about the different ethnicities and their family structures. And I took offense, but yet it was true of how they described our family in the book as compared to other ethnicities. The theorist was talking about how the Black family is broken homes and absent fathers. But the reality was, it was the truth when you look in a society. Then you go and when you describe the East Indian families and the European families, it was given this, oh, they're such a family network and working together. And how they have what they call, and many of us heard the term, the extended family. So every time I would teach this topic, I would have to place emphasis on the Black youth to let them know that they didn't just come from broken homes, but it was due to slavery that helped to break down, and the European colonization that helped to change our family structure. And it was a deliberate effort to bring us down. You want to destroy any nation, any people, destroy the family structure. Target the men, target the parents, and you will recognize that you're going to destroy the children. Because the children will not see as far as their parents could see. Because if their parents' view of the future is bleak and the possibilities is dim, then they're going to pass it on to their children. And their children are going to get an attitude of dependency and fatalism. I'm not going to try to do anything because what's the use of trying if I'm going to fail anyway? Daddy can't do nothing. And then we tend to repeat it and keep pushing it in the minds of them like, yo, you just like your father. Your father was nobody, and you're going to be nobody. Some of you in the room may say, I don't know, or it never happened to me. But if you go in most of the universities from, let's say, I would say from the fourth form level to the tertiary education institutions, a lot of males are not there because they told there's other ways that you could get rich quick and live the fast life. So we have the responsibility to change it. Today's PowerPoint presentation, I reworded the mood a bit, and it says, Vince, if you could put it up, the PowerPoint, it says, let us go back on memory lane a little bit and remind ourselves of what happened. It says, redeeming our minds, retracing our steps, looking at how the family has changed. Next slide, please. And I'm going to expand on it for time's sake. Some shit. Continue. It says, understanding what was the family structure, how it evolved. They said family structures have evolved over time, reflecting cultural, social, and religious influences. And I use the term here, I said the African or biblical culture presents a traditional perspective on family roles, while modern post-slavery society embraces diversity and change. One of the ways they try to affect our family structure is by allowing the Greek, the Roman, and the cultures of different societies and try to allow that to be what we have to create as our modern day family. The modern day family structure is not one that was associated with our culture as a people pre-slavery. It had a hierarchy, an order, a structure that was different. And it goes back to biblical times. Let's go to the next slide. It says, in the beginning, a family starts with a man and a woman. Going back to the beginning of any society, it says marriage is between a man and a woman is emphasized as the core of the family unit. Biblical teachings stress the importance of strong marital bonds. Men and women working together, not competitively, each one complementing the other. So if you work together and forming those bonds, children will not see so much fighting between parents and get the idea that marriage is a bad thing. I did a simple survey amongst my class, and I asked them, how many of them want to get married? And out of about 30 students, 2 girls put up their hand. Then I said, for the boys, how many of them, let's say it was like 19 girls and the rest was boys. I said, for the boys, 5 of the boys put up their hand. And I said, why y'all don't want to get married? One of the girls yelled, because mine is dog. There's no good men. I said, the men I know are not like that. Maybe you're looking in the wrong places. I don't know. I said, maybe you have to begin to look and see differences. He said, well, a lot of them that I heard about from my father is not even a good man. He said, he cheated on my mother. So I realized that the trauma of the mother's experience, she was now passing on to her child. Because I remember my father asked a question before, and it's just something she said, people, young girls sometimes, and even boys, they say, oh, all women are dogs, all men are dogs, or all women are bad. And sometimes they have no experience whatsoever.
but they just heard other people say it. But when we get back to biblical times and teachings, it stressed the importance of strong marital bonds, commitment to each other. Not to say there's not going to be problems, but when problems arise, there is a network that helps to resolve those problems. We were taught, and many of us were taught that the ideal family structure is the nuclear family. The nuclear family meaning a man and a woman. And let me deal this nuclear family. Meaning that the nuclear family, a man and his wife, and don't have so much close relationships with mother-in-law, father-in-law, grands, nobody. It's just you and your husband and your 1 or 2 children against the world. So when a problem arises between the parents, the only person they could go to as a mediator is an outsider, the court system, or some other mediator, not a grandparent, not somebody that have love and trying to promote and could empathize with the family as a whole and keep it together. So we all heard it takes a village to raise a child. That's how our families were in Africa. It was a village, a tribe working together, dependent on each other, so that when a woman or a man got old, their children was able to take care of them. Think about the system of modern day. When the parents get old, they want to put them inside of what? Elderly homes. And if you go visit the elderly homes, you want to know what the elderly are saying? I don't know, last I saw my child. They don't even come, they barely come. Christmas, I'm a birdie. I remember taking the opportunity to go visit Uncle Eddie's home, hearing their stories. We did community work at the Palms. And you hear the stories of the elderly people there, but then I ask a question, how much did you sacrifice for your children? Because some parents don't care for their children when they're young. Then when they get older, they want their children to care for them. What's a reality today? Parents, so children can divorce their parents. Legally, children can go to the courts in different parts of the world and say, I don't like my parents, I want to divorce them. If a parent's too strict on their children, the odds are so against the family that if the parents are disciplining their children, the children could go and say, I'm filing for abuse. And the court system can take the children away from the parents. These are cases that I witnessed and I saw. And guess what was the restrictions? Oh, you can't go to a party and stay out until 1 o'clock in the morning and you're 15 years of age. You can't do certain things. I took your cell phone because you look like you're addicted to it. You can't lock your bedroom door because all doors in my house should be open. I'm the man or I'm the woman for this house. The child says, I'm filing charges because of emotional abuse, emotional trauma. And in some cases, the child starts running away from home and the government gets involved, the social services, and they take the child. But it goes on and tell you that's just showing you how the family is changing and the system is working to destroy us. It says, husband and wives, husbands are often depicted as the head of the family. That is traditionally. Every team must have a leader. And because I'm the head, or a man is the head of the home, that don't mean the woman don't have a place and value. Some women have reworded, they say, he may be the head, but I'm the neck. The neck can't go anywhere without the head. The head can't go anywhere without the neck. Because we know a lot of families, the manager of that family is the woman. She's the backbone. She helps to keep everything in check. And a lot of times when you want to stabilize a man, let him get married. I had a uncle-in-law that told me, they said I was married for 20 years. He came, he said, I want my sons to get married like you. These boys are going all over the place. They doing everything. I know once they get married, hopefully it's going to stabilize them a little bit. And let them understand that family is important, and don't go around just being promiscuous, because eventually it's going to catch up with them. Then it goes on and says, wives are encouraged to be submissive and supportive. A lot of times people take submission as a bad thing. Everybody gotta submit to somebody. And because there's a hierarchy in the home, in a traditional African homes, that don't mean that that man was ruling over his wife with rigor. In the eyes of the public, there was a hierarchy so that we could, and if in the eyes of the children, there is a hierarchy so everybody can understand their role and work together for the betterment of the family. You think of a basketball team, it's a leader. You think of a football team, there's a captain. You think of a classroom, there's a teacher. You think of a job, there's a boss. And a man has to have the wisdom, as I was taught, that there may be areas where he's weak. It's okay for the woman to take the lead in those areas if she's stronger. You complementing each other. That's what building strong family bonds is about. But they teaching us otherwise. Who makes the most money? Run a show. And the system is designed a lot of times because of the meritocracy that we live in, the meritocratic system we live in, for those who have the higher qualifications to make more money. And a lot of times, those who are going to tertiary educations, I told you, are the women. And I thought about Michelle Obama. And I saw how she supported her husband. I remember in a speech she gave, and it was so powerful. And she said that, and she referred to herself and Barack Obama. It was in her book. She referred to herself and Barack Obama sitting at dinner. And a man that owned a restaurant was a person that she used to talk. And she said Barack Obama looked at her and said, if you would have married him, you would have been a hotel or a restaurant owner. And Michelle Obama looked at him and said, no, if I would have married him, he would have been a president of the United States of America. It let me understand that it was her way of thinking. Perception is everything. But if you go as a woman, go about telling herself being submissive, make me weak, make me inferior, then that's how she's going to put that mindset in herself and to her children, and that's how it's going to look. So I start saying that every team have a leader, and a wise man know how to play his role, and the woman know how to play her role for the betterment of the family. And it goes on, it says, roles are seen as complementary, ensuring family what? Stability. You show me an unstable family, I'll show you a broken family. A family where everybody is doing as they please. And that's what I call a modern day family. No, everybody, the mindset is unstable. You look around, in a family, they don't have one faith in God. They have different understandings of gender roles, different understandings of sexuality. There's a series that's on TV today called The Modern Family. And you see every element that's in there is represented. They even sometimes try to have biracial relationships, same-sex relationships. In fact, in teaching the family, this thing, it hurts your soul, but it's just, you just teaching the syllabus. You had to reword what is a family. You could no longer say a family is made up of people of opposite sexes because it's not inclusive. Now you have to say a family is made up of two individuals that may be of the same sex or different sexes that come together in a union. because we know in a world that is not our culture. And it still isn't. That's why most of the African nations today are refuting and saying we are not going to accept you coming and pushing same-sex relationships in our society, and saying in order for us to be accepted by the Western world, we have to legalize it. But that's one way how you destroy children from coming. Just keep the families limited in growth, because there is an effort to control the population of people of color. We all know about eugenics, but there's another theory, was the Malthusian theory, where the effort was made to try to keep the people of color from producing through positive checks or preventative checks. Put measures in place to ensure that they don't reproduce at a high rate. Because then the European nations will be threatened by the powers that be, which is people of color. So they're doing everything by pushing birth control, pushing certain things in our neighborhoods to keep us down. Next slide, as we start wrapping up, it says, raising children according to biblical standards. Parents are responsible for teaching children about faith or belief in the Almighty God and moral values, not Facebook, not Instagram, not social media. It starts in where? The family. But how many things, you go do a survey, I'm telling you, go ask your family, your friends, and ask the children, how many of them learned certain things from the appearance? Even about intimacy. We all know, everybody say sex is real in this world. Sex, every music is about sex, movies about sex, this is about sex. So the best thing I would think that parents should be willing to do is talk to their children about it before they're exposed to the wrong person at the wrong time. But it's something that you say, oh, you don't talk to them about that. They're going to find out, they're going to experiment. And most times, people's first sexual encounter is with somebody in the family. Sexual harassment, sexual abuse. So you have to teach them morals, values, what's right and wrong before they go and interact. They say that's part of what's called primary socialization. It goes on, you have to teach them discipline and love are both emphasized within the family. That's what our culture has to do. A child shouldn't leave home not feeling loved. Let's get the reality what happens in many of the ghettos amongst a lot of the youth. A boy come and tell, it could be a minibus conductor, a person minimum wage, they come and tell that child, I'll send you $500 credit. You could buy a date upon because I love you, there's my love. And the girl's like, whoa, he loves me. He sent me $500 credit on my phone. He bought me a 2-piece KFC for lunch. He loves me. He gave me a little rose on Valentine's Day. He loves me. Because nobody in the home showed them what real love is. They never saw the father love the mother. They never saw the mother love the father. They didn't see that embrace, so they leave the home loveless and like looking for love in all the wrong places. So as soon as the young man or woman that they see on the street say, I love you, bye. Next thing, they gone. And you say, what happened to the children? But it starts in the home. They should have discipline in all forms and love. Emphasis should be placed on that. And the children that received it come to school more complete and can focus more and not easily distracted. We have to rebuild that. And that's one of the things that they took away from us when they made us fall in love with technology and all the other things and not fall in love. And fall in love with, I would say this, and fall in love more with celebrities than our own parents. Because there are people that think, oh, I love this person. And they never even met the person. So I ask my students, and they say, oh, The Weeknd, and this person is so beautiful. Some of the celebrities out there, I said, suppose a breath stink. I said, you don't know their habits, in other words, you never met them. And it's not just saying about breath stink. Suppose they have some bad habit. They beat women or beat men, whatever. Don't fall in love with the image that's on TV. Start learning that in your house. Go to the next slide. It says the Bible acknowledges the importance of extended family in nurturing individuals. Support networks play a crucial role in family well-being, the extended family. When last you had a family reunion? When last you met with your peers and even have extended family come around and build unions and bonds of trust? This was our family structure. We had the term, it was called tribes. A tribe is nothing but a family, an extended family. We have to get back that in our neighborhoods. People working together, formulating. A lot of other races have that. They call everybody uncle and auntie. And they have their Indian words for it. When I remember, PTC was a few days ago, Parent Teachers Conference, and when I saw a girl, she came to me and I was like, a girl of East Indian descent. When she said, this is my father. And I said, you lying to me. I met your father and your mother just the other day. They own a store. And she said, no, this is my biological father. So I said, she said, well, don't worry about it. I understand, whatever. I said, maybe her stepfather, how they call it in Guyana, whatever it is. She said, no, that's just the father that supports me financially. He adopted me as his own, and he's supporting my family, so I call him my father too. He owns a business, so he's helping to finance her so that she could be somebody of value. And I'm not saying Africans don't do it, but we have to do it more. And she said, no, my father and my mother, they still together and everything, but this other man is like a godfather to me. But I call him, I don't have the God or that, that's my father too. And that just hit me. I said, we have to have that network. Wrap it up with two more, I think it is. Go. Next one, it says, modern families. These are the modern families that they think I talk about. Some of the terms: single parent family house, single parent, single household, same-sex couples, blended families, and families now reflect a variety of cultural and religious backgrounds. That's what they want. They say family, it should be diverse. You should have people of all religions, all faiths, everything, all different beliefs in a family together. But this part here, it says blended families, which is a reality. Blended families are actually what they call, sometimes they say it's referred to as step families. But the reason why a lot of our families are step families is because the high rate of divorce or the high rate of children born outside of wedlock. So in Guyana, a lot of times we say, oh, this is my baby daddy. This is my child father. This is my child mother. But child mother can't get along with the new man she's with or the new woman she's with, whoever he's with, whatever it goes. So therefore, the child is at odds. But let me tell you the secret with that. Children play parents against each other. They manipulate the situation. When a father that's not with the mother is doing something in their favor, they on their side. Then when he starts getting too strict, they go to the mother's side. And they work in both, they put the sides against each other. And they do the same thing with teacher and parent. A child's fear is for the parent, for the teachers and the parents to have a good relationship. When you tell them, I'm going to call your mother on the phone, and then certain races come and give you their number. Call me if anything. And they follow up. Everything all right? I'm not saying all of our people don't do it, but there's a higher rate. I see it in the different school systems. And it goes on, it says, last one. The importance placed on secular education and career advancement, greater acceptance of personal freedom, and diverse lifestyles. So much emphasis is put on secular education. And why I use the word secular, a lot of times they use secular as the decline of religious influence, secularization, the decline of religious influence. In other words, you take God out of it. Education, whatever form, should understand that it's based on the principle of a creator and trying to extend life, happiness, and peace, and instilling the fear of God through education, through knowledge in the children and the next generation. That is important. When you take God and the Almighty out of it, that child is not going to fear anything, anybody. So we say in our culture, we say, you do anything, understand that you're doing it with that godly spirit. And when you go to these institutions, instill God in your child and the fear of God so much in your child that they're not going to be easily led astray to do things that are negative, because they're going to have that fear that God is always watching them, even if mommy and daddy is absent. And they're going to have fear of God in them so much that when they want to marry, to start a new family, they're going to start the foundation of that family with God. Don't let what happened to us through slavery destroy the principle of what was from the beginning of time, the African nationality, the African people, the principle of God. And a family starts with father and mother, male and female. As I end by, I would say this. There's a principle, a hierarchy that we have in our community and in the kingdom of Yah, in the Hebrew family of Guyana. Man, put your hand in the hand of God. Woman, put your hand in the hand of your husband. Children, put your hands in the hands of your parents. All of them are connected to the one, the true and the living power. If we all, every member of the family, have God instilled in them, then we could fight against any adversity that come, or any adversary that come to destroy our family structure. May we overcome the challenges that came with the slave syndrome and with slavery. This note, when I was in Africa, I went to Cape Coast and I shed tears because I realized that for me to get there, hundreds of generations had to survive the terror that happened. And they didn't give up. So we can't give up. For all the men here, for all the women here, let's not commit suicide like that man. Let's have faith in the Creator that we will overcome and we will be victorious. May the Creator bless you all. Shalom, shalom.
Oh, wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Grand. Can we buy time? Because if there was a way to do that, I certainly would like to buy a couple of, at least another hour. I wanted to ask our brother, Ras Kamu. Kamu, are you all right over there? Is it okay that you hang out for a little while longer with us? All right, now, I appreciate that. We all do. We're going to talk about you. We'll work with you in a minute. I just wanted to let you all know that the person who founded this theory has a book out. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's called post-traumatic slave syndrome. And it's about the America's legacy of enduring injury and healing. This is by Dr. Joy DeGruy. But she went a step further, a couple of steps further. Here's another part that she's written. This is her study guide. We talked about how we didn't have any therapy for the issues and the problems that we are having generationally. Well, she's taken the time and the effort. She says her family they're griots. They all did traditional history. So she put together this entire study guide that shows what you need to look for, how to fix our problems. So today we have hopefully given you some solutions on how we can heal and be better. Now, I heard that Kohan Hodiah spoke about the village. She has something very wonderful in this book, and I've highlighted probably everything in here. But there's something that she highlights here that talks about the village and who they consist of, family and friends. Also in your village, there are people who are a negative effect. So you have to know who they are. You have to vet them, make certain that they're there to assist and not to tear down. So that's just something interesting I want to put. I want to, now, there's another brother. We're going to change tone a little bit. We're going to go now and talk about the relationship between man and the land. Okay, we're going to talk about agriculture a little bit. And I want to introduce you to a young man. His name is Dawood Campbell. Now, Dawood said he was born in 1995. He's the only one that gave us his age, right? And he was born in New Amsterdam, Berbice. He grew up farming. He acquired 9 subjects in CXC. He earned an associate degree in education, in the College of Education at Cyril Potter. He studied agricultural science at the Guyana School of Agriculture and the University of Guyana. He earned a bachelor's degree in education with a focus in the field of agriculture. He's been a teacher for over 10 years, another one that looks like he's only about 15. Currently, he is the agricultural head of the department at Tuckville Secondary. So where is our brother Dawood? We'd like to introduce him to you. Yeah. Hallelujah. I told you we're going to have a whole lot, we got a whole lot of knowledge in this house. And many of you that are sitting right here in the audience, I could call on you. I know I could call the CEO. She come here. She's very knowledgeable. And and our chairman, who's Alexander, this brother, Victor, I think he has a photographic memory. For the 10 years that I've worked with them, he remembered every single thing. I mean, I don't know how he does that. But even I'm quite sure in the many years that he's served in the government here in Guyana and living in this, he knows everybody. They look and they know that he's not Shemaiah, okay? Tyel, and they look and, wait a minute, I'm a girl, Tyel's a boy. So, you're just calling names. That's okay, number 3. I have to call numbers because I can't remember that. But they do so well. I mean, it's great. That is an attribute, that's a skill to have. So we stay blessed with that. All right, Dawood.
Shalom, shalom. Good afternoon, everybody. I will quickly attempt to speak on the effects of agriculture I'll quickly attempt to speak on the effects of PTSD on the way we think about agriculture. And we know that during slavery, we were forced to work on farms and plantations, and we were not reciprocated, we were not paid. And as a result of such, we find that there is a negative thought when we think of agriculture. We look at it as punishment. And even in our school today, As was mentioned earlier, I am the head of the agricultural department in Tocqueville Secondary. And one of the things that I've been trying to change is the way we have our students view agriculture. So you would find that when students misbehave, the senior teachers, the head teacher, the deputy would say, Sir Campbell, send them to the farm and punish them. So automatically, we're teaching the children, we're not verbally saying it, but we're teaching them based on our actions that agriculture is a form of punishment. And as such, you would find that when they get to the fourth and fifth forms, when they to choose the subjects that they are going to write for CSEC, you find that a lot of them are pulling away from agri. A lot of our people, a lot of our children are pulling away from doing the subject agriculture. And that is something that I've been trying to change within my school and also speak to my colleagues punish them in other ways, but do not use farming as a punishment because that is a way that we can regain our identity and also that we can gain self-sufficiency. So I'm going to explore quickly how agriculture can serve as a powerful tool for healing and empowerment for African descendants in the diaspora who are living with the effects of post-traumatic slave syndrome, PTSD. Now, as mentioned before, PTSD refers to the generational trauma and psychological effects passed down from the legacy of slavery, systematic oppression, and ongoing discrimination. The trauma experienced by our ancestors being forced to work the land without benefit or recognition has created a complex relationship with agriculture. For many African descendants, farming is seen as a painful reminder of exploitation and injustice rather than a source of strength and empowerment. But what if agriculture can become a tool for healing? What if reconnecting with the land, not as a means of survival only, but as a source of nourishment and self-sufficiency, could help us reclaim our identity and restore our communities? In this presentation, I will explore how engaging in agricultural activities can help address the psychological and emotional wounds of PTSD, foster economic empowerment and food sovereignty, and strengthen cultural identity and community ties. By understanding the healing potential of agriculture, we can begin to shift from a history of forced labor to one of empowerment, growth, and independence. Let's explore how reconnecting with the land can create a new foundation for healing and liberation. Now, we're going to first look at the psychological and cultural impact of PTSD. And in our historical context, as I mentioned before, we were enslaved Africans, and our ancestors were forced to work on the plantations without reaping any benefits. After slavery, we found that though we were able to purchase lands, first of all, they increased the prices of the land. So at one point, it was understood that, let's say the land was 10,000 and we ended up paying about $30,000 just for the same piece of land. But because they wanted to make it harder for us, they increased the price. We still pooled and purchased lands. And when we returned to farming, they would usually allow the code to be left open so that as the tide rose, The water came in, flood our farmlands. Those are things that we struggled with, our ancestors struggled with. And of course, that created a psychological boundary when it comes to farming, because every time we are going to come together, we're farming this huge piece of land. And when we get past that, when heading towards our harvest, you find that the entire land is flooded, the crop is lost, then it's disheartening. That's what they did to us. This historical oppression led to land abandonment, of course, is to support and participate in local Black farming initiatives. So whenever there is farming day or farmers market at Mocha, we all should be there purchasing and supporting our brothers and sisters that are selling their produce. When we go to the market, we should be cognizant of who we're purchasing from and who they are purchasing from. Because of course, sometimes you would see our people selling, but they're selling on behalf of somebody else. So we should focus and try as much to support our own so that we can strengthen our economy. We can encourage policies that help Black farmers reclaim land and access resources. And we know that currently there is a bit of talk about the government trying to reclaim certain lands and so on that they claim or they say that are inactive or not being used. And those lands most likely is going to be lands that our ancestors left us. We need to fight against such policies and be vocal to say that it is not right. It is not just for our inheritance to be taken from us and given to somebody else. And finally, we can learn and practice traditional African agricultural techniques. So we might not have all the information right now, but there is a plethora of information that we can find online. We have a whole lot of persons from Africa that are making YouTube videos showing how their ancestors farmed. And we can look at those and try to implement those within our country or within our our various communities and groups that we're a part of, and reclaim those methods that are more healthy for the environment and would produce healthier foods for us. My final thought is agriculture is not just about food, it is about reclaiming power, identity, and healing from generational trauma. Thank you.
All right, another one of my sons. All right, the Most High is good. Now, bear with us, because here, okay, this is the last presenter. But don't think that because she's the last, that she's really the last. I'll tell you a little bit about her. This sister here, her name is Ohada. We were the ones who went on the television station, the TV program on Friday just passed, and she was a stellar. I mean, she just spoke so excellently, eloquently. Young lady. Ohada Bat Avieza, and thank you for everyone who has participated. Thank you for your listening ears. Okay. So Ohada is a certified nutrition therapist. She's a birth doula. She delivers babies. She's a nutritional science student. Now, this stuff is small. I'm trying to read this. Ohada Bat Avieza's journey into health and wellness is deeply rooted in her upbringing in the southern parts of Georgia in the United States, where farming and natural healing were a way of life. Raised in a household that embraced the power of herbs and holistic wellness, she witnessed firsthand the effectiveness of nature's remedies. Her father, an agrarian man, relied on the wisdom of the land, and hospital visits were rare. He instilled firm standards of wellness in their home, a foundation that has left a lasting impact on her to this day. From an early age, Ohada knew she was called to educate and empower others in health and wellness. She dedicated herself to understanding the direct relationship between food, vitality, and longevity. By 19, we're talking about years of age, she was creating health presentations and sharing them with her community. Driven by a mission to help others, let's get that word, reclaim their well-being. Her passion for holistic health expanded into birth work, where she became a certified birth doula, guiding expectant mothers to reconnect with the wisdom of their bodies. Witnessing the struggles of loved ones with preventable diseases, experiencing energy, C-sections, and you know, a C-section is a very dangerous thing. Diagnosis only strengthened her resolve. She realized she could not remain a bystander. She had to act. In 2019, Ohada formalized her studies, earning certifications as a birth doula and nutrition therapist. She later expanded her expertise by working as a medical scribe, assisting doctors in patient care, further solidifying her understanding of clinical health. She is currently pursuing a degree in nutritional science at the University of Arizona with aspirations to become a doctor, bringing both scientific knowledge and ancestral wisdom to the forefront of modern health practices. Beyond her studies and clinical work, Ohada is a published author, entrepreneur, and health consultant. She has launched 2 books designed to help individuals take control of their health, blending evidence-based nutrition with ancestral dietary wisdom. She is a founder of Nutrition Wellness Business and finds joy in crafting and creating organic, handmade products that promote healing for her people. Through her work, she assists clients in developing sustainable health practices, offering tailored guidance to help them achieve optimal well-being. Ohada's purpose is clear: to help others master their health, reclaim their vitality, and realign with the body's natural design. She firmly believes that the wisdom of healing comes from the Creator, and through this knowledge, she is honored to guide others toward restoration. For those seeking to reconnect with true wellness, her work serves as both an invitation and a roadmap back to health, balance, and wholeness. All right. Woo. The minister said further, we would like to have Ohada come and address this audience. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. How are you feeling? I know y'all probably ready to go home, but they save their best for the last. I have something to share. Let me just put my timer on so I stay within my time frame. Alrighty, so we're gonna get right into it. Today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it's health, nutrition, but I've always loved science growing up. I would come home and tell my father about 10 facts. They would call me the little scientist. So as my journey with health, I was just looking at my people. I grew up in the States for most of my life. I was born in the land of Israel. And then I grew up in the States, and now I'm here in Guyana for about a decade. And everywhere I've went, I've realized that, as it's been said, we're the same people, and we face the same struggles, whether that's spiritually, physically, emotionally, and even with our diet. So I came across this study. I was studying at my academy as a nutritional therapist then, and through one of my courses, it was epigenetics. And this research just really wowed me. I was just so amazed because it kind of gave words to something I instinctually knew. So I'm gonna get right into it. We're asking ourselves, is DNA destiny, and is it really set in stone? How many of us, you can go to the next slide. How many of us have heard or we hear something along these lines, well, my grandmama or my granddad had diabetes or heart disease or hypertension, so we got it. Anybody raise a hand? You hear something along those lines? Okay, I've heard of that too. In my family, high blood pressure does go around on both sides, my paternal and maternal. So this is something that a lot of people hear. Doctors tell us that sicknesses and chronic illnesses are hereditary, but epigenetic goes to show something different. Okay, you can go to the next slide. All right, so there was this study done, and it's about the Dutch hunger winter. It happened in about 1944 through through 45 during World War II. So they did this research. During that time, the Nazis had cut off food supply for some of the Germans. And they watched these people generation after generation, and scientists discovered that even though they were fasting and deprived of food, their offspring lived much longer than the same people in their generation. And then there's this other study that was done on men who smoked. So they didn't just affect their children, but that same negative gene expression was affecting their grandchildren. So their grandsons had shorter life expectancies and things of that nature. So why do we talk about that? We can go to the next slide. So we're getting into that because, you know, we hear something along the lines that everything's hereditary, everything is passed down, and there is some truth to it. I want to first just give us a little quick crash course on DNA. I won't bore you. So first off, DNA, as we know, deoxynucleic acid, is basically our gene code that every human being and every organism on this earth shares. And they say that the code of the DNA, if it were to be written out, it could stretch from the earth to the moon back 6 times. And that's inside of the nucleus of a cell. So that's a lot of information. And then with our DNA, there's these things called histones. So there's like kind of like a ribbon spool. Our DNA is like to wrap on these cellular spools. And depending on what I eat, what we say, what we think, what we do, right now at this very moment, your DNA and those gene expressions are opening, they're closing, they're like clustered together. So it just depends on what you do. So that's a little bit about DNA, and we're gonna get right into methyl donors. Next slide. This is where science kind of debunks itself. So in 2000, I believe, in 1942, epigenetics was discovered. The term was coined in 1942, but it wasn't until the early 2000s that it finally took off. They did this study with agouti mice, and the picture of this yellow mice is the agouti mice. That's the natural mice in its form. It's very fat. It's yellow. It is full of chronic diseases such as cancer, diabetes, the black people don't trust us, so that's why we're not going to do tests on them, or they just don't get enough funding. But I know it to be something else. So because we may be left out, this has kind of inspired me to do more study, more research, and this is why epigenetic is so important. Although so much information out there may be tailored to other ethnic groups, epigenetics shows us that we have the power to manipulate our genes in the way that we want to impact the future generations. As it was saying in the other studies, grandparents affect their grandchildren. So what you eat today is not just affecting your children, it affects the people after you. And we'll go to the next slide. Alrighty, so the way forward, honoring our ancient wisdom of nutrition. And this is where nutrigenomics comes into place. It's basically epigenetics, because epigenetics basically tells us what we eat, what we think, what we say, kind of what everybody's been saying today. Everything we do affects our gene expression. But nutrigenomics hones into the nutritional aspect and how we can use nutrition to manipulate our genes in a very positive manner. So moving forward, through this research, I have tailored a lot of meal plans for certain clients, or just got in contact with people. And even though epigenetics in itself is general, and we share gene expressions, everyone in this room, there is a saying that says another man's medicine may be another man's poison. So it's so important for us to get in contact with our bodies, understand what it's telling us, create our own routine, and it's never too late. It's never too late, because even though gene expression may affect offspring, it's also affecting you. So as many others were saying earlier today, if we think better, if we do better, all these things affect our gene expression. Okay, and we're ending out here. It's kind of really quick. We can go to the next slide. Okay, we'll give the internet some time to do its thing. So another way to move forward with this information that we have, epigenetics, just knowing that we can really manipulate our genes ourselves by how we think, what we say, what we do, what we eat. My advice to you, based on my study, you can go out and do more research, is visit the motherland. We are an Eastern people who have been in this Western hemisphere for so long. And I really love what the sister said, because it goes along the lines of epigenetic when she said, our DNA has completely been changed. We are a totally different people, but we still have that DNA sequence of our ancestors, and we can turn certain genes on, we can turn certain genes off. And again, certain genes, when I speak of genes, I'm saying things as if some people are born with an obesity gene, some people are born with a cancerous gene, but through certain aspects such as nutrition and many other things, we can turn those genes off. So my words to you is, one important thing science has shown is just going to a land that you're familiar with. You may not know it, you may not know the people there, but your DNA is going to be affected in a positive way by it. So visit the homeland. That's my advice to you. Another way forward, we can go to the next slide, is mindfulness. So there was a study done, and science has proven that prayer, meditation, some form of mindfulness, relaxing, being alone, really getting in tune with your mind, body, and spirit reduces inflammation. What's so beautiful to me is also tying in the biblical aspect into nutrition, because I'm going to always do that, is the Creator said in the chapter of 28 of Deuteronomy that we would be affected with inflammation. And again, as I was saying, our ethnic group, we get affected by inflammation higher than any other ethnic group. And it just goes to show you that the word is real. So again, mindfulness, some form of meditating. They say if you do it for 6 months consistently, it reduces inflammation in the body. So that's another way forward. Be more mindful. Next one. And last but certainly not least, because of my field of expertise, nutrition, we can manipulate our genes in a very good way by what we eat. I have, in my book, I talk about this carbohydrate trap. Everywhere I've been, you go to the southern parts of Georgia, an unhealthy meal looks like mac and cheese, cornbread, some fried meat, You have collard greens, but they've been cooked so long that the nutrients are gone. So that is, I call it the brown plate, the shades of brown. I don't believe anything on that plate is living, and this is not to down people because the food is good. I've eaten that food. And even when I came here to Guyana, I came here when I was 18, and I looked around, I was like, this is so many carbs. The roti, the puri, all that was delicious, but it affected me in a personal way where I realized this is too many carbs for my body. If you have a plate with more than 2 carbs, it's very unhealthy. And this is not just in Guyana. This is us as a people all around the world. This is the slave diet that I talk about in my book. We've been handed down this high processed, as it was said, fats and starches. That is what spikes the blood sugar. That's what causes hypertension. So most of these illnesses that we as a people share all around the world, and we may be topping the charts with diabetes, heart disease, is because these are preventative chronic illnesses. And they are a result of the slave diet. And again, I call it the carbohydrate trap. So my advice to you is return to our ancestral way of eating. You can find this in science research. They call it the Mediterranean diet. Based on my knowledge and research, they give it a term, but this is how our ancestors ate. I've done research on what we ate in Northeast Africa. That was things like legumes. We didn't use high processed oils that we use today. That causes high cholesterol, but the brain does need cholesterol to thrive. So I would just say switch to olive oil or coconut oil, avocado oils. Remove those refined oils from your house if you can, and just replacing those unhealthy grains with healthier grains. And I go more in depth with my book when it comes to these studies. And I think you can go to the next slide. That may be it for it. So yes, just returning to our ancestral way of living. And last but not least, nutrigenomics, as I was talking about. You can go home and start eating better. I really encourage our people to eat better because, again, as I was saying, we top the charts with death rates when it comes to chronic illnesses. It's up to us to change this. We have to let go of the taste that we have for the slave diet and renew ourselves to be accustomed to healthier eating habits, because what we eat, as science has shown, not only affects us, it affects our grandchildren, the next generation, it affects their life expectancy. So it's so important for us to eat much, much better. So that is my last slide. I do have a gift for you today. I constructed a book just for you all, just for this workshop today. It's an introduction to ancient nutrition, I would call it. It's called From Slave Diet to Edenic Health. This is an evidence-based book. I have all of the links and things of that nature you can find. It goes more in depth than I can go as of now with just the 15 minutes that I have. You could take a look at it. You can get one for your family members. For those, I see a lot of elderly people here. I give honor to you. But you may have grandchildren. You may have children that can use this because they are still going to have offspring of whom they are affecting. So the book goes more in depth. It's an introduction of what to remove from your household pantry, what to include in your household pantry. It's specifically focused on people of our descent, not in any way to be discriminative, but I'm just helping my people first. And it has many charts, all the information. I go deeper into what epigenetics is, deeper into nutrigenomics. And again, this book was tailored just for you all today. So if you want to check this book out, you can see me after this. And if you have any more questions, I can provide more information. Thank you so much.
All right. Ohada. Wonderful. Excellent. All right, this is our last presenter, but we want to hear some music before we all go away. And we also want to kind of wrap up, give you a real bird's eye closeout. If you would give us just a few minutes to do that, because it wouldn't be fair to the camera, to the people online, if we didn't at least, close it out. We thank them for coming. We thank you all for coming. We're going to ask, we have so much more we could give you, but you can see we can't put this all in one program. We've asked for 12 months, we did, but we have not been granted that because we have already written a plan out for 12 months of this. So imagine what we would be doing one afternoon. We would like to ask if Kohan Mikel would come up and give you some quick closing remarks. Thank you.
We would like to thank each and every one of you for taking of your precious time to be with us here today. You could have been many other places, but you chose to come here, and we're grateful. We hope that everyone has understood the entire package. As we have mentioned, Mariam, that this has been a synopsis. Each of us have longer presentations, but again, this was tailored for today for a few hours. We've even gone a little over. So again, we thank you and those that are online as well. We want you to know that all of these persons that have spoken to you on these various topics, they're all connected to the trauma that we've faced. This program is also being aired overseas. So we're willing to go to other groups in other countries because we believe we have a model for healing our people if they get their doctors, their sociologists, their educators, their psychologists and psychiatrists, their nutritionists, their doctors and nurses, and put that same package together with their knowledge in those countries of Africa all through the Caribbean and do a presentation like this and bring out those minds together, we can heal our people. We want to extend this invitation to each and every one of you, to all of the Idapada-G and all of the families, our people that have been working now, and I believe over a number of years together. I hope that we don't stop because funding is not there for us, because we have to support our own situations. Donald Trump is putting programs around the world in jeopardy. Many African countries now have to step up and do the things that America was doing with their handouts. And so the creators put us in a position that we're being forced together. Marcus Garvey said that when all else fails to bring us together as a people, conditions will. The conditions on this planet are getting worse day by day. And we all know that we have to stick together. NATO has caused, and Trump, Europeans to come together because they know that the United States is no longer helping them. All across Africa, funding has been cut and programs here in Guyana have been affected. And it's saying to us from the Creator, when we left Egypt land, it was when the Egyptians put pressure on us to where we cried out to Almighty Yah, and He began to work on our behalf. We also know this: righteousness exalts a nation. Our people lack righteousness, and righteousness is not our own brand, but we take you back to that Torah. Many people hear about Jews all the time, but the Jews are living by the principles that were given to us on Mount Sinai. That's all they're doing. You never hear a Jew knock on your door to join. Jehovah's Witnesses are there. Everybody's trying to get you to join. Not those Jewish people, because they have usurped our heritage. That's what we have to understand. Those people that are in the land of Israel are not the people of Almighty God. You and I and all of us in the Caribbean that came over these slave ships, we are the chosen people that was supposed to be a righteous example to all mankind. We have not done it, and that's why we're punishing. It's not the Europeans. We were under slavery over the Romans, the Greeks, and then before them, the Persians and the Medes, the Babylonians, the Philistines, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Egyptians. That's where it started, in Egypt. And we have to understand the chain. We can't go to 1492 and think that there's nothing before that. We were before that. We were before the Greeks, before the Romans. We're the oldest people on the planet Earth. And if you take our numbers in all the Caribbean, in all Africa, in all the United States, we are like the stars in the heaven and the sand on the seashores, we outnumber even the Chinese. But the Chinese are united. They have a sovereignty. Our sins broke our nation, and it caused us to go into slavery. A divided house, which is our house, it couldn't stand in, and this divided house will not survive what's coming on this planet. I hope and pray that everybody in Idapada-G remember that day when I said, the Rastafarian said he's an Israelite. The house of Israel saying they're Israelites. Elder Jordan told the Jordanites they were Israelites. When are we going to understand that the Hebrew family of Guyana speaks the Hebrew, knows the history, live in the culture? All those young men, I'm so proud of those Guyanese sons. We have them in China. Now they're all going overseas because we stress education, knowing who they are, they're confident. Odai, they're in their 20s. Kohan Odai is my son. This is my granddaughter. This is family. We have married into the Guyanese family. My grandchildren are from people that you know. You know him. He played for Ghana. He was a bowler. Rion King. That's my son-in-law. I'm married into you. You're my people. That's who I love. I know my people anywhere I go. And that's why my accent should not trouble you. Your accent don't trouble you. That's why we know how to talk a little Guyanese too, because you're my people. We are lacking the love that we need. And I hope and pray that you'll understand that this is only sharing the knowledge that we have with all our brothers and sisters. This is why we came, and this is why Forbes Burner, Samson Burner. And I want to thank my sister Olive for accepting that I couldn't remember her name when I first got up here, Olive Sampson. But I love these people because I saw what they were trying to do. Vince, and they put their heart out trying to help us, and some of us tried to tear them right down. And we do that. We're like crabs in a barrel. Why don't we change? Why don't we be wise and love each other and care about each other and work together? This building was built for Afro-Guyanese. I've seen the Islamic centers, the Hindu culture centers. This Hebrew family culture center is for Guyanese, Afro-Guyanese, so that we all can come together, roster every other group, come in here. It's a difference between religion and nationality. We have to learn the difference between nationality, because we're talking, this is our identity as a people, not our religion. We don't have no religion. Hebrews don't have a religion. We live by laws, statutes, and commandments that were given by the creator and maker of heaven and earth on Mount Sinai. It wasn't in Europe, it was in Africa. We are the African people. That's why we're not in Africa, and we were scattered all over the world, because we would not live the righteous life that the creator gave to us in those rules and in those laws that's in every Bible, from Genesis to Deuteronomy. Every Jew knows that's the book called the Torah. Torah means law. You can't survive without law. The whole universe operates on law. And you know we're a lawless people. That's why we're in the shape we're in right now. So I pray that you understand. You don't have to agree with me, but I just pray that you understood what we tried to give you in this message. You tell everybody else about it and let them know this place is for us. Every Guyanese in this country, I don't care if you're a Christian, come here and just learn what we know. And then you'll know that you're not a Christian. Jacob is your name. Israel too. You're not a Negro and you're not a Jew. The Rasta man know it. The Igbo do, and all the other countries, the Dahomey, the Fulani, the Falasha, the Limbo, they all know it. We just got to come together. When we know it, all Africa is waiting for us to come home. We're the missing piece to our rising as a nation. May the Most High bless you, the families you represent. Enjoy the music as we begin to go out. Let's get some more hugging going on before we leave out of here. Again, blessings to everyone. Thank you very much for coming.
Don't forget to have some vending downstairs. So listen to some good music now.
Recording stopped.